I'm so happy you're doing it.
And I'm like, oh my God, we started. We can hear everybody. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. I like. They wanted to stop and just cry. I do, but I like it's introvert. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my.
Like issue which deal with the details just all she like and to
Oh, I wish I would have known. I would have taken that 10 minutes.
she got some kind of accident.
Hello.
Testing.
I would like to call this meeting to order of the Gonzales Unified School District Board Meeting for Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. We're going to go ahead and start with our roll call.
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Present.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Present.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Here.
Board Member Maria Cuevas,
Present.
Board Member Cesar Ayon,
Present.
and Student Board Member Andrew Castillo is absent. Okay.
I would like to go ahead and move to item 3, approval of the agenda. I would like a motion to approve the agenda with removal of item 15.5. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Cuevas. Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Before we begin our meeting tonight, I would like to take a moment of silence and acknowledgement of the school shooting that occurred today in Texas. So if we can all bow our heads for a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. It's days like today that we remember our why and are thankful for our children and our safety and our hearts. I can speak for the board that our hearts and prayers go out to all the families in Texas, the staff and students. A tragedy.
15.5 is 15.4. Yes, the Lord do.
Amen.
Recommend the movements.
Do I need to make an amendment to the approval of the agenda instead of item 15.4, 15.5, we're going to be pulling 15.4. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Lopez. Second, Cuevas. Second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 4, acknowledgement of honors and awards. I will let our interim superintendent take the mic.
Okay, I'm going to speak really slowly. We're waiting for Deneen Gus to arrive, but I'll give those of you in the audience and at home a little background about what we're doing tonight and why we're doing it. Each year, the County Office of Education sponsors and hosts a recognition for teacher, what they call the Teacher of the Year and the Classified School Employee of the Year. Now, it was earlier this month, May 3rd. It's actually a statewide event. And districts from across the county are invited to nominate their stellar employees in a number of categories. For teachers, there are 4 different categories: elementary, middle, high school, and special education. And for classified, because of the range of roles they play, there are 8 classifications. Unfortunately, the process being as it was, there was a miscommunication between the district and the county, and truly nobody's fault. It was just a miscommunication as to what was required to submit the nominations. Happily, unlike most districts, this district actually nominated a person in all 8 categories, a classified member in all 8 categories. That's not generally true in all districts. But unfortunately, the nominees for the classified employees from Gonzales Unified were omitted from the program. Again, nobody's mistake or nobody's intentional error. It was just a miscommunication. And so even though some of them attended the meeting, the celebration and the dinner, they were not duly recognized. Their names were not on the agenda, nor were they called up and honored on stage with their other members. So when I thought about it, I thought that of all the things where something should go wrong and somebody shouldn't be honored, the most important place to make sure that doesn't happen is with a recognition ceremony. So I called Deneen Gus. and explained what had happened to her. She really had no idea that it happened. She just assumed that we hadn't submitted nominees like some other districts do not in some years. And when I explained to her what happened, she graciously honored to be here tonight, and she's walking in right on cue to help present the certificates to our 8 nominees. So without further ado, direct Deneen Gus up to the podium. And we're going to start with recognizing each of 8 of our nominees. And Deneen, we have, of our 8 nominees, 3 of them could not be here tonight. And so we're going to start with those. So if you'll, and you probably had an order in mind.
Well, I actually just have a stack of certificates here in my hand, so no particular order.
Would
and
you
I
like
can
me
just-
then to call in the order?
Or can I
or-
call them in the order that I have the certificate?
Yes, you can. And I don't know that I explained to you, I hope I did, but in addition to your presence, I've asked their supervisor in each case to say a few words before you present the certificate.
Oh, excellent. Fantastic. Well, let me go ahead and begin first by just sharing with you a little bit of information about the Classified Employee of the Year and the Teacher of the Year program for our county. So every year, we have the great opportunity to ask each district in our county to nominate their top employees in various categories. For classified employees, there are 9 different categories. And of course, for the Teacher of the Year program, districts have an opportunity to nominate their top teacher. And I just need to say that I wish that we could do this more than just once a year, because we all know that all of our team members have worked so hard. They work hard every year, but the reality is these last 2 years, they've been a big lift. You can look, we're at the end of the school year, right? So you look at everyone's face, they're all still smiling, but in their hearts and in their bodies, I'm sure they're feeling absolute exhaustion. So with that, we do want to make sure that we take the time to honor you each and every year. So the way the program works is the districts select their top winners. Those winners are sent to the County Office of Education, and then the county has a committee that reviews all of the nominees that come forward, and then they select the top winners that go on to the state level. And then, of course, at the state level, the winners that are selected there go on to the national level. So it's literally a nationwide recognition program. So I am very honored to be here today because I did not have the opportunity to recognize your amazing team members, but we did not want to miss this chance. I just have to say, when I was superintendent in Soledad all those years ago, I would always look toward Gonzales and think, wow, they have great things in place. Just amazing, amazing schools, amazing classified employees and teachers. And I'm not going to lie, I absolutely tried to steal them all the time. That's how great they were. That's a testament, right, to true excellence. With that said, it is time for us to go ahead and begin the recognition time. So I am going to first ask Jose Diaz to please come forward. The first recognition for the Classified Employee of the Year. And let me give your supervisor. Good to see you. It's
Good to
always
see you.
an opportunity.
Good evening. Good to see you again. We go back a long time with Ms. Deneen. She was actually my oldest son kindergarten teacher. So that's how far we go back. And it's an honor to have you here, and it's an honor to nominate two of our top employees. And honestly, I kind of feel that the MOT department should all be here. Unfortunately, none of them could be have this opportunity. We only were limited to choose some of them, but actually the MOT department should all be here. Thank you, Jose. Congratulations.
And if you'd like, don't go too far because we'd love to take a picture of all of the winners before we leave. And then we're going to highlight you in our MCOE newsletter that goes throughout the entire county.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, our next winner is Adela Garcia. Adela. Adela's not here today.
She is not, unfortunately, she can't. Oh, unfortunately, she cannot be here today. I've worked with her for 4 years and she has been the light of La Gloria Cafeteria and she's been an amazing worker. So on behalf of Adela, thank you.
And I'm just here with, for the board, just to introduce you to our new Director of Nutritional Services, Ida Maidon. Congratulating her. This is her first, actually, 5th week already, 5th week on the job. So she's done a fabulous job. She was in nutritional services too before she took up on this job. And thus far, she has done a fantastic job. So I just want you, the board, to know who our new Director of Nutritional Services.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome.
Right, our next employee is Monica Andrade. Monica?
Okay, so unfortunately, Ms. Andrade was not able to be here today, but I have a few words that I need to say about her. She is one of our instructional aid, and she is responsible to pushing it into the classrooms and supporting our students. Ms. Andrade is well-liked among our students, our staff, our teachers, our parents. She is very knowledgeable in what she does. And everybody enjoy her lunch announcements. Every day during lunchtime, she gets on the mic and she explains exactly what else is left in the food, and she encouraged the students to come and have some more food. So for this and other reasons, she was nominated as the classified employee of the year. So thank you, Ms. Andrade. If you're home, good job.
Okay, and our next honoree is Yvette Jimenez. Yvette.
And another person who she works at our front desk and she's the smile of our school every morning. She has a complete infectious laugh. I mean, it's the best laugh I think I've ever heard. We hear it throughout the day. And she's just a really good person for kids, from Band-Aids to books. She does it all. So congratulations to Yvette, and this is well-deserved.
And hopefully she's also watching tonight. Okay, our next honoree is Albert Villa.
Thank you. Again, I was another honor. So what can you say? Maybe I should go play lotto this evening now. Albert, congratulations. He's been as a dispatcher almost 2 years now. He's doing a fantastic job. It's an honor to have him here and present him with this award. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right. Our next honoree is Carmina Gallegos.
Okay, Carmina Gallegos. Carmina is our attendance clerk, and she's responsible to keep us in compliance with any aspects of attendance. And she does an amazing job on doing that. That if for whatever reason a teacher forgets or just doesn't push the little button on the attendance and says turn in, by the end of the day, they're going to receive an email from Ms. Carmina and say, hey, your attendance, I need it, attendance, I need to make sure everything is good. So she takes pride of her job. She does an excellent job in attendance. And for that and other reasons, she was nominated also as the classified of the year. So good job, Carmina.
And our next honoree is Andrew Gutierrez.
Ooh, Andrew.
So as you may know, I'm new to the IT department, and one of the first things I noticed about Andrew was his attention to detail. If you have equipment checked out at GUSD, rest assured it is in our inventory system and cross-referenced in a few different spots. It's entirely possible he even asked for your mother's maiden name and a blood type. This man does not play when it comes to inventory. And it doesn't surprise me he was nominated by his peers. He's highly analytical. And when Mr. Gutierrez shows up to help staff, they understand their tech troubles are soon to be over. So from all of GUSD, congratulations to IT's favorite millennial, Mr. Andrew Gutierrez. Andrew.
I love that last part, the millennial part, right? Takes the millennials. They're the digital natives for sure. All right. And our last honoree this evening is Adrian Escobedo. Adrian.
And this is a much deserved one. Adrian's kind of a silent person, a silent hero. He helps all the children at school. He's like a Pied Piper to many. He's calm. He keeps the school in order, and kids feeling important and included. So this is well deserved and much appreciated on my end.
Well, that does wrap up our recognition this evening. If it pleases the board, I'd love to have a picture of all the honorees that are here this evening with the board members and your superintendent. And again, I hope I have permission to share this far and wide. We're all so very proud of the great work happening here in Gonzales.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gus. Thank you for making the exception. As you know, oversight happens. We're all human. We make mistakes, but for you taking the time to come down and honor our employees personally, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. My great honor.
Maybe
Great.
we can all, you guys can come up here.
Yeah. Here. I think he wants you guys up front.
I'm not dressed for the occasion.
Stand behind us?
Yeah, in front of us.
Yeah.
Like them sit and we stand behind them. You want to stay in your seat or what? We can come around, no? We can come around, right?
I don't.
Oh, yeah, or they'll stand up here.
In the front, right?
I know, we're not, you're the important ones, not us. Back there or up here? Yeah. That's for this week on. Yeah, this is, it's better up front. Oh, my chance. Yeah, we're gonna go back. You're part of the board. Thank you, Dr. Gus.
Thank you.
Yes.
Definitely.
Make sure we're on that list. No, I'll tell you what happened.
Wow.
Wow.
Wonderful work. Hey,
Yeah.
Thank
thank you.
Okay. Before we move on, just another thank you to all of our classified employees who are honored. we always say that, teachers can't do what they do without our classified staff. I know that having worked here and worked with many of those that were recognized. So it is true. I know every single one of them, we could not do what we do if it wasn't for each of those individuals that were honored. So thank you again. And thank you, Dr. Gus, again for coming. Thank you. So moving on to item 5, closed session items. 5.1, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency negotiator, interim superintendent, employee organization, Gonzales Teachers Association, and California School Employees Association. 5.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D and section 54956.9 of the California Government Code, 1 potential case pursuant to California Voting Rights Act. And item 5.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of California Government Code, section 54956.92, potential cases. Item 6, public comments on closed session items to allow the public to comment prior to the board's consideration of any closed session agenda items, Government Code 54954.3. Monica, any?
No public comments on closed session items.
No public comments, and we have none submitted.
None submitted.
So we will go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, over there. We go over there. Yes.
You guys can wait here.
You guys can stay.
We're gonna.
I think classified.
Sign one, so sign it. You can copy the-
Board president. I think that would be a good,
Huh?
neat idea. Oh, perfect. Okay. superintendent, yeah,
Thank
never
you.
did it, and it's- Okay, it's a good thing for bringing us together.
I think so.
it's
Yeah.
good.
People show up.
Yeah.
Please put it out. Thank you.
Send it.
It's still some- What? Did you guys? Took forever, huh?
I know.
18 more minutes.
Page.
Yeah, homework? Or what? Did you get it done?
Oh,
Are you're not graduating this
water
year?
today.
You are? So where are you gonna go? You are? Oh,
Tomorrow,
nice.
whether
Ev-
it's
all
on
my
my
family
way.
except me went there.
I'll text a couple of
You
people.
got accepted and everything? right?
Do you have an alternate?
Major.
Do you have an alternate?
Just
Okay.
Either dad in action.
Or an alternative.
If it's a no. let me
Okay.
know right away.
Okay, okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I will. ask.
Ready for warm weather. Oh, wow. Really, really like this, but worse. In Cuba.
Did you end up? Yes. Did you end up enjoying Friday after? Or did you keep? Okay.
No, no.
Yeah, because previously Dave would do it out of their farm. but I got to catch up with
Sorry, I didn't really, I just.
even after the six. She got to make delicious at 500.
I mean, it's. Second jump to the state.
Something, yeah, approximately.
First.
I know, I'm like, hey, come on. But yeah, they have them like, commiserate here.
Because two of them were leaking. So, because there's three.
So, I went ahead and sent them, the but I haven't responded. So they usually take about a day and I don't know why they don't respond. Yeah, well, that's good.
Would you?
Like that he would be working right now. We'll hang out. Yeah.
You're gonna like it. It's a good place.
You're my best friend.
Are they giving you scholarships or like financial aid? Or, you know, there's always community. That's what after high school, I went to.
Yeah.
There, I went to Fresno for 2
It
years.
should, it should be unlocked because people use the restroom always. It's always important. Heading out. All right. Bye, Dan. Have a good drive.
Thank you so much.
If
Both my sisters, except my brother, didn't go.
you want to start.
Younger sister.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene to open session. 8.1, action taken. There was no action taken in closed session. Item 9, flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Item 10, public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Education Code 35145.5. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. And we also have translation in Spanish for those of you in the audience who will require it. Want to get any public comments for non-agendized items?
No public comments.
Seeing as there's no public comments, we're going to move on to item 11, communications, 11.1, Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA report.
I don't see anybody online.
Okay, if there is nobody online for GTA, we'll go ahead. If they do, let us know. We'll go ahead and move on to 11.2, Gonzales Youth Commissioners Report.
GYC, can you hear us? GYC, can you hear us? So GYC is raising their hand. They haven't sent a message. And they might need to unmute. GYC, can you unmute? It says it's not letting her unmute. So let's try this again. GYC, I'm allowing you to be a panelist to see if we can go that route. Please let me know if you can unmute.
So moving on to item number 11.3, student board member report. Andrew?
Not much to report, but I'd like to make a comment. We should promote dual enrollment because a lot of the time administrators here are often obsessed with AP tests, and although AP is wonderful for a certain subset of our population, these are guaranteed credits. AP credits are not guaranteed credits, and more colleges are not accepting AP credits. So I think I'd like to get the word out to as many kids as possible that dual enrollment is a great way to go, and it gives you more space and more time to breathe, and so they're not squished in their schedule. That concludes my that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Moving on to item 11.4, La Gloria Elementary School report, and I believe Mr. Demick is here.
School board superintendent, thank you for having me. Kind of exciting because I have this board meeting and then Deanna has the last one. So I think maybe I'll come to that for the bonus, but this is my last one, retiring. And so we're going to basically have some people to thank. So as far as staff, I'd like to thank, the entire staff for creating a positive, instructional, rewarding classroom and school. And it does take a village. So, and this has resulted in the following awards of achievement. We had MCOE Brighter Bite Awards for 2018, 2019, and 2020. And we've also had record high achievement scores in both LA and mathematics in grades 3, 4, and 5. And La Gloria continues to rank in the highest section of behavior in the blue on the dashboard. We've done that every year, except for when we weren't counting during COVID. So I'd like to thank the staff, and that's everybody on staff, from the cooks, custodians, everyone, for those things. Also, a special thanks to our dual language committee, who guided the development of creating the wonderful program, who will serve over 120 students next year. So we've grown it from 20 to 25 to that. So, and then special thanks to especially Rebecca Cadillo and her executive committee, PTA, who partnered with administration to develop and establish a thriving PTA. We are kind of on life support when we got there with Fairview, and we both kind of went our own ways. And now Mr. Malagone has a great PTA, and we do too. So really happy that we got to work all together to make that happen for the kids. And community partnerships. Santa Fe Market, the owner of Santa Fe Market's partnered with us and donated over $9,000 in 3 years. So, and that's funded when we, right before COVID, we went to science camp. And right when we came back, the schools closed down. So Santa Fe Market, they've funded that. They funded $3,000 for our library improvement project. And then this year, field trips. So that's been nice. And then the Brighter Bites program with the vegetables, Safe Routes to School program, is to name kind of a few. And then at the school site as well, special thanks to MOT and everybody who has partnered together to create, I really believe it's going to be a blue ribbon library, which we can all be proud of. So that's something for kids next year as well. And then the district as well. Thank you so much for partnering with us and to bring, Lexia and Dreambox and Reading Plus and iStation and the consultant Jan Perkins to our school about 3 years ago as well. So all things that are paying good dividends for kids now, and the school board, for the opportunity to serve the children and families of La Gloria and Gonzales. And it's been my honor.
Thank you, Mr. Demick. Thank you, Mr. Demick. We appreciate it. We wish you much success in the future, Mr. Demick, and thank you for everything you've done for the children of our district. Moving on to item 11.5, Fairview Middle School, Mr. Malagon.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Miguel Malagon, and I'm here to report on everything that is happening at Fairview Middle School, and that's a lot. We are actually finishing up the state testing. This week is our last week. We are doing makeups for English, math, and science, and we are very close to our goal and to finish testing our students. Our students and teachers have done an amazing job getting all those tests done, and kudos to our students that are here and at home because they've been doing their personal best, and I'm very proud of them for that. I want to let you guys know that on June 2nd, we will have a transition rally for to say goodbye to our 8th graders and to welcome our future warriors, our 6th graders. So we will be having that in our joint gym. So that is happening during the day at 10 o'clock. Promotion plans are wrapping up as well. We have practice on June 6th with our students. That day, we're also going to have a special barbecue for them and just celebrating them the last day that they are with us. We will have LAMP Awards on the 7th. Our teachers are going to be selecting our recipients for the LAMP Awards, and they will also be contacting their parents for this particular award. We have 2 field trips to Grand America planned out right now. June 3rd, honor roll is going. So we have all of our students who were able to get honor roll for 3 or more times out of the year. They are going to get to go to Grand America for during that day. We also have our 8th grade end of the year trip, which is to Grand America too. And our parent committee has been working really hard to get everything that our students are going to need for this trip as well. So thank you to all those parents out there. Finally, promotion is coming up on June 10. It's at 10 o'clock, and you all are invited to attend. So put it in your calendar. I want to say about sports. We finished all of our seasons already. We closed with our championship for the 6 and 7 girls soccer. They won their championship. It was an exciting tournament, and I was so happy to see them all, the girls out there. So it was nice. We also held a concert, and our band did an amazing job here at the stadium as well. So definitely thank you to all those students who participated and all the parents who participated in that event as well. I want to close my comments by inviting a group of young men that are being patiently waiting in the back. This year we launched esports at Fairview Middle School. And I'm going to bring Mr. Dietrich over here. He's going to talk to you guys a little bit more about the esports and the initiative that we had this year and the little success that they had this year. Go ahead, Mr.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present. Yeah, gentlemen, come on down. Don't worry, you don't have to talk. So we have a very short informational presentation on esports at Fairview. We just started esports this year. So actually, I'll go ahead and just make sure that that presentation comes up. As we troubleshoot, I got to make sure I have. So I watch online, and I know why it's so hard to hear people. So we have six main students came and participated during the esports practices. We had several others, but we partnered up with an organization called EGF, which is Electronic Gaming Federation, and we had 4 students on roster for Super Smash Brothers, and so 3 primary, 1 alternate, but we had 2 additional students that basically attended every single practice. So the gentleman behind me, actually, I have our Gabriel Yebra, Brandy Ochoa Valdez, Davy Valdez, and Lawrence and Joseph Betancourt, and Brian Flores, who was unable to attend tonight. But here's a very quick look at esports at Fairview. I'm co-directing this with our PE teacher, Mr. Danny Morales. He was unable to attend tonight, but he's actually celebrating the birth of his baby daughter, so from yesterday. So let me see if I can get this going here. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I guess kind of oh, one more.
No.
You might just have to click it for me.
Okay,
So
that's
it's
fine.
okay.
Let me know when.
So first and foremost, big question is, why esports? It's basically might just be seen as just video games at school, but it's kind of turned out to be rolling into and is kind of already like a multi-billion-dollar industry in terms of watch rates and streaming online and whatnot. And there's actually a lot of colleges now that are actually recruiting kids to be on their esports teams. So the colleges that you actually see above here, it's from a website, it's from bestcolleges.com, but these are just some of the colleges that actually have varsity esports teams, not just a team that recreationally play esports. So actually, according to EGF's website, there's about over 180 colleges that have some sort of esports associated with them, but there's a slightly smaller number, but there's a good number of colleges that actually have a varsity team. And so kind of with that, the idea is students, we can potentially, start in middle school, get through to high school, and then actually be awarded scholarships to play as esports players at the collegiate level. Sorry, we'll go back one, please. Perfect. Yeah, so this is, we're transforming at the moment through room 2. This was the former computer lab over at Fairview Middle School. So it's kind of been revamped. We have some gaming computers in there now. We have, and you can go to that next slide to see, there's gaming chairs. We're basically transforming it into the esports room, esports club at Fairview Middle School. There's going to be televisions in there. There's console games that are going to be in there. We have a couple of Nintendo Switches already, but this is kind of set out to be a place where for the kids who are, where gaming is more of their niche, or maybe physical sports isn't necessarily their thing, this is going to be an outlet for them. And we are going to have something in place. We already do, where there's behavior checks. Students at the moment, we are looking for minimum C- in every class in order to participate. And we can go to the next slide. Perfect. And so here's a little bit about EGF's Electronic Gaming Federation. This is the organization that we were playing our tournament with. They actually have they actually started at the college level, so they actually have more experience there. They then went down into the high school level, and then just this year is basically the very first year for their middle school portion of it. So we're technically in the second season, but this is their very first year. At the high school level, and I think actually beyond, They play their tournaments at Disney World in Florida. And I think right now they have it's like a 5-year contract with Disney through 2025. And I think, I believe they also get streamed at ESPN through ESPN also while there. And just recently, the Big Sky Conference teamed up with them. So Big Sky Conference is kind of a big name for NCAA and Division I collegiate sports. Okay, the next slide. Thank you. And so I wanted to definitely bring these guys up here because these are the heart and soul of the team and helping us get us started. These are our founding members, essentially. Played with us since day one. And so that's actually our first poster. The way that the ladders kind of worked is there were about 39 middle schools in total that signed up for this competition all across the United States, west to east coast, and they separated us into different regions. So it went from 39 in total, where we then played potentially up to 12 different middle schools in our region. So in our region, we had a school, actually, another school in California, one was in Washington State, and the school that we were actually able to connect up with and play were actually in Alaska. So we were playing some live games versus another middle school in Alaska. And you're looking at your regional champions. They won first place in that tournament. So they were very, very excited. Yes, we'll get you pizza for sure. And what to say? But they're actually already starting to make plans, and I got to connect them up with the Mr. Ocampo and Mr. Soriano at the high school, because they're already making plans of who's going to be president and vice president of the esports club at the high school. So that's all for this presentation. So thank you guys, appreciate it. Oh, and yeah, and actually, if I may, can I have certificates for them? I was hoping to see if we can take a picture.
Yeah,
with you guys.
definitely.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a picture.
Yeah, we'll go on the front.
And that concludes our report for Fairview Middle School. Thank you.
Can we learn how to play?
And last but certainly not least, Gonzales High School. Pop that.
Yeah, that is tough to follow, but I will say this, young warriors, once you become Spartans, be ready to rock and roll with that esports, because we're going to take it to that Spartan level.
Right.
All right. Good evening, board members, board president, student board member, interim superintendent, everyone here and everyone online. My name is Miguel Ocampo. I have the distinct pleasure of being the assistant principal of Gonzales High School. Love what I do. And so it's that time of year as we are getting ready for next school year, but more importantly, getting ready for for graduation for the end of this school year, making sure that our students, seniors, are well prepared and ready to walk that stage during graduation. So it's a busy time, but a lot of great and positive information and news to share with y'all. I'm going to go back and forth on my phone and my paper notes, so bear with me. Want to start off in the sports world. I want to give a huge shout out to our ladies softball team. They placed for the first time ever in the CCS playoffs. They played at Coromont, I believe. And even though it was a 5-7 loss, they showed up. They gave it their all. They played with ganas. They showed team spirit. They didn't give up. They gave it their all. They left it out on that diamond. So I just want to give a shout out to our ladies softball varsity team. Congratulations to making it to CCS playoffs. Also want to thank head coach Jimmy, assistant coach Dez, and assistant coach Tony for getting our lady Spartans prepared. On the transition to track and field, we had 2 students who actually placed for playoffs in track and field. And so I want to congratulate them as well, Justin Tavares and Robert Gutierrez. There's no divisions in qualification, so these students placed on their own merit. They were students who were in the top 20 in the entire CCS. So congratulations to Justin Tavares and Robert Gutierrez for continuing to making us proud. Congratulations to their coach, which is also our AD, Margie Daniels. So thank you for getting our scholar athletes ready. Lastly, in the Powder Puff world, we will begin Powder Puff this Thursday. So more information to follow. Moving on to one last thing for our Lady Spartan varsity. There's going to be a recognition, I believe, at the city board on June 6th. All right, moving on to let's see here. Scholarship night. We are going to have our scholarship recognition on June 2nd. Starts at 6 p.m. I believe that's in the high school gym. We're going to be recognizing our students who qualified and earned scholarships, CSF recognitions, and also honoring our student athletes that day. So 6 p.m. Gonzales High School. Please be here because it's very important for our scholar athletes to see us and show love and support. Okay, moving on to some of our student end of the year activities. Here with me. We have our prom. Prom is May 28th, this Saturday. So we will be out there. It is at the Monterey Marriott. It is a nice location overlooking the ocean. I mean, it is top notch. So our students will be out there. Administration will be out there, ready to have some good fun. Prom starts at 7 p.m. and ends right at 11 o'clock. We escort our students out, said you had a great time, but it's time to go home. So big thank you to our activities director, Ms. Michelle Rodriguez, for putting that together, and also for our 12th grade, I'm losing my frame of thought here, our 12th grade advisor, Ms. Clarissa Sicairos. We have our June 3rd transition rally at the GHS gym. It'll start at 1:45, welcoming our warriors who will be turning into Spartans. Also on June 4th, we have our trip to Disneyland. Our seniors will be heading out at 3:30 in the morning, getting out to Disneyland. It's an early trip. And so they will be out there having a great time. GHS practice for our seniors is going to be June 7th and June 8th, starting at 8:30-ish is what I have to 12:30. And then our graduation will be on Saturday, June 18th. 10 a.m. at the GHS Stadium. I know that's a lot of
Saturday, 18th.
June 11th. What did I say? 18th? Sorry. Just making sure everyone's paying attention. That's all. I know it's a lot of information, but we will have it also on our website for reference. Okay, moving on to summer school. We are getting ready to have a robust summer school. It's going to be a 3-week summer school starting June 17th through July 8th. There are summer school applications that our students have picked up. Summer school application deadlines are June 3rd. And so based on the student applications received and the student needs, then we will be having the appropriate classes to be offered. Our library, as you can see, we have completely revamped our library. We've brought in new books, magazines, and so we are going to be having a red ribbon. That's going to be TBA. We're going to get more information out, but a red ribbon for our library and also a grand opening ceremony for our library. Almost done. Monterey County Region 11, our migrant students, I want to congratulate for placing, they had a persuasive speech competition. And so Ms. Guadalupe Medina, our ELA teacher, and Mr. Jorge Morales, our migrant coordinator, thank you for supporting our students. We had a student place in first, Lisbeth De Leon. We had 2 students placed in third, Natalie Bustos and David Nettie, and a fifth place placement, Jimena Arreola. So congratulations to our students for placing in the Migrant County Region 11 speech and debate. Great job. And also we have one more student to congratulate, Miss Cynthia Ruiz. She is our CTE MTROP Student of the Year. So Miss Cynthia Ruiz is currently in the sports medicine program. And I don't want to misspeak, but I believe she has committed to a four-year university. So congratulations to her for displaying Spartan qualities and for being our voice in our representation for Gonzales High School. She went out with Mr. Cuevas, who is her teacher, and Mr. Soriano out to a golf course, and I'm sorry, but the name eludes me, to celebrate and to receive a certificate.
Bayonet and Black Horse.
Bayonet Black Horse. And Marvin, my apologies. I think I stole your thunder.
Yes, you did.
My,
We'll talk tomorrow. But actually, I'm going to
gotta-
add something when it's my turn, if you're going to stop.
I got a long list here.
If you're not going to stop, I won't have anything to add.
I think that's all. I apologize. The last thing is just SBAC. We are done with ELA and math. We're doing makeups. And so we are going to make sure that all of our students have completed their SBAC assessments. LPAC, we are done with LPAC. I want to give a big shout out to Ms. Angela Perez and Ms. Paula Berlan for doing the one-to-one testing. Thank you for making sure our students had the resources and access to get these exams done. Also want to thank Ms. Yolanda Barba and Ms. Madonna Catis at the district office for ensuring that we had the support we needed at the site for our students to have a successful LPAC testing season. That is my 3 minutes. Thank you.
We're done.
That was not a strong suit then.
And Marvin, coffee's on me. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Ocampo. 11.7, enter superintendent's report.
Okay, I'll be briefer than I would have been. But as Mr. Ocampo stated last Thursday, Board President Daniel and Principal Soriano and sports medicine teacher, Mr. Cuevas, had the pleasure of attending a celebration of the best CTE students. And I want to say just a little bit more about Ms. Ruiz, who was the Gonzales honoree. And I want to read to you all what her teacher, Mr. Cuevas, wrote, because it's beautiful. And I think it exemplifies who she is. Cynthia is a once in a generation type of student. Even more so, she is once in a several generations type of student. In my 14 years of being an educator, I have never seen the combination of Cynthia's academic talent and community involvement. She has earned her way to the #1 ranking out of 211 students at Gonzales High School. Her transcripts have never seen anything less than an A throughout her high school career. Cynthia has achieved academic excellence while being committed to serving on our local Future Farmers of America chapter. She served in several roles, from the secretary, vice president, and president. As a member of the Gonzales chapter of the National Honor Society of Sports Medicine, Cynthia has been instrumental in planning our club activities, including campus visits to local universities. Cynthia has also been a leader by example for her peers. Her time management skills are second to none. She has earned certifications in first aid, CPR, AED, food safety, floral design, fundamentals of plant science, and financial literacy. Her attention to detail is impeccable. When carrying out tasks for my sports medicine class, she can be relied upon to do exactly what is needed and follow all procedures for any medical emergency situation. And as you've just heard, Cynthia truly is an extraordinary student, but I think it's fair to say even more so an extraordinary human being. So she represented everybody in Gonzales quite well. And that's my report. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ocampo.
Good job, Cynthia.
Yes. Thank you, Marvin. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 12, public hearings. 12.1, public hearings regarding proposed composition of trustee area maps and adoption of resolution number 2021-22-26, initiating a proposal to the Monterey County Committee on School District Organization for the adoption of by trustee area elections. And I believe we have
Julie and Ken Reynolds.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see everyone. Tonight we have a public hearing and a resolution for the board to consider. And before I begin, I just want to give a brief recap about where we are in the process. So the district's board, as you know, is currently elected under an at-large election system where trustees are elected by voters of the entire district. On March 8th of this year, the board adopted a resolution declaring its intent to transition away from these at-large elections to by trustee area elections, where each trustee must reside within a designated trustee area boundary and is elected only by the voters in that trustee area. After 2 public hearings to gather community input on the trustee area map creation process, the district published maps prepared by its demographer Schoolworks, and Ken Reynolds of Schoolworks is here tonight. And the board then held 2 additional public hearings to receive public input on the draft maps. Tonight, the board will hold another public hearing to receive more community input on the trustee area maps and the district's proposed transition to trustee area elections. And after the public hearing is closed, the board will discuss the proposed maps and election sequencing options, which just kind of flow naturally with the ends of the terms of the incumbent board members. And the board will then select a preferred trustee area map with election sequence and will consider adopting a resolution to initiate a proposal to the Monterey County Committee on School District Organization. And that is the last step. After the board here tonight adopts a resolution, it goes to the county committee, and the county committee will hold a hearing and then vote on whether to approve the district's proposal. And that's because under the education code, it's the county committee who has that ultimate authority. So, and then finally, one last thing is after adopting this, then every 10 years, the district will review its trustee area boundaries when the census comes out to see if any boundaries need to be adjusted to make sure that each of the areas is population balanced. So again, tonight, the goal is to hold a public hearing and then vote to adopt a proposed map and sequence, and then adopt the resolution submitting the proposal to the county committee. And I'm here to answer any questions, and Ken Reynolds, the demographer, is here. And with that, I invite Board President Daniel to open a public hearing on the transition.
I would like to go ahead and open up the public hearing for public input at 7:25 p.m. Anybody in the public would like to address the board or our council regarding any of the maps? Do we have any public input from?
None.
Is there a way to put the maps up? I'm sorry.
Yes. I can find my agenda. There it is. I'm getting there, guys. Promise. Okay. I'm going to start with the Plan A or
Yeah.
Okay.
So Plan A is displayed. Do you want to go to them all, Monica?
Can you go to the more detailed one?
Do you want me to go ahead and put the detailed ones up
Yeah,
instead
the
of
one
the
that
all?
has
Okay, I can do that. Okay, this is Plan A once again with the detail. Oops, sorry.
Anybody have any questions?
Okay, I'm gonna go to 2,
Plan B.
Plan B with detail.
So if you live in Gonzales, this is what you're looking at these probable trustee areas. And depending on where you live, that is the area of the trustee that will represent your address.
And just a reminder, not only 3 seats are open. So only those 3 seats, those trustee areas will be open for voting. So not all 5 districts will be open for voting. Only the 3 that have current seats that are going to be vacant in November.
That would be area
Map C.
2, area 3, and area 4. Area 4 is the blue, area 3, no. Area 2 is the, I don't know what color that is. I had red, orange. 4 and 5, yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna go with the last
4.
map, which is map D with the
Depends on the map.
detail.
To clarify, the way that we have been doing elections is called at large, which means if you live not just in Gonzales, but also anywhere within the 64 square miles that the district encompasses. So that's out in Chular, out in Mission, out in Chular Canyon and beyond. In the past, you have been able to vote for whomever is coming up. So the elections, the way that they're structured now is there are 3 board seats coming up in November, right? So Jose, Araceli, Maria, they're coming up in November. And in 2024, Celeste and myself, our board seats are coming up. So in the past, when it has been at large, that means no matter where you live, you get to vote for whoever is coming up. What is going to happen is there's 4 maps here, and tonight we're gonna select one of these 4. Okay, so after we select one of these,
One of 2 last board meeting, just as a reminder
Yeah.
for those who were not here at the last board meeting. The board has chosen to move forward with either map B or D. So that's what we'll be voting on tonight.
thank you. And so what that means is between map B and map D, the board, we're going to pick one of those maps. And so depending on where you live, and if one of the 3 are coming up and you live there, you get to vote for them. You don't have to worry about figuring that out, because if you're registered to vote, which by the way, you have to be registered to vote. That's the only way you can vote. If you're not registered to vote, you're not eligible to vote. But if you are registered to vote, you will be getting a ballot, just like you have recently received the ballot for the statewide election. You will be getting a ballot, and if you do qualify, that is, if you are in that spot where a member's seat is coming up, then you will have that option to vote for whomever's running for that seat. Hopefully it's not confusing, but it is a big change from how we have done in the past. In the past, if there's 3 seats, you get to vote for all 3 seats. Now, if there's 3 seats, you have to be living in those 3 seats. If you do not live there, you do not get to vote for those 3 seats. That's the way it goes. So that's by district election. That is the change that we're going to be making tonight.
So seeing as there's no public comment online or from anybody in the gallery, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment at 7:32. Now we're going to go ahead and as a board, we need to decide which map we had chosen, like I said previously, to either choose board map D or map B. So are we just gonna do either, would you like a roll call, Monica, or would you like?
We can do Plan B first, and then you guys choose, and then we'll,
You want to just go and state your vote, or is there a procedure? Okay. So seeking our legal counsel, I would need a motion to approve either. Plan B
I'm
or-
sorry, were you asking me a question? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry,
You-
Julie.
were you
Dan's in
just
the
asking if
audience, so
there's a-
he clarified for us that we will be making a motion for either map B or D, and then moving on from there. Is that correct?
Yes, and you, obviously, if the board wants to have a discussion about the maps prior to selecting, they're welcome to do that, or the process that you're just mentioning is sufficient as well.
Okay. So seeing as we have narrowed it down, can I get a motion for either Plan B or D to move forward?
Madam President, I make a motion that we approve trustee boundary plan B,
B as in boy?
B as in boy.
I have a motion from Mr. Lopez for Plan B. Can I get a second?
Cuevas will second Plan B.
I got a second from Ms. Cuevas. If we want to open it up for a board discussion. Do you have any questions? Anybody else before we vote?
Well, the reason that I'm nominating B is that now we have there's three options for our Chular community to the north to, be on the board and represent the community there. So you have there's three areas that you can run for. So there's more options for them. So that's why I'm proposing number B.
And I agree with Jose. It was brought, it's unfortunate that we couldn't hear community member input, especially the ones who wanted this to happen. But I agree that we should give our Chular community members more representation, more opportunity to represent. It was mentioned by community members that we have indigenous community members out there in Chular. So it would be nice to have more representation. Caesar?
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, the at-large system that we had, Chular, folks from Chular actually had the possibility to be in all of these 5 seats. They would have to run and win, but they could have been in all of 5. I also agree with B because unfortunately it goes down to 3, but there's another plan where it goes down to 1. And as you have seen, 1 vote doesn't do anything on this board. I have been on that side. And so I can tell you, you need 3, right? You need 3. And there's actually 2, there were 2 options, but of the ones that we're considering, this is 3. So you could theoretically have 3 folks from Chular on the board, and that's their board, right? That's the board. 3 votes is the board. So I also, for that reason, support Plan B to give Chular that voice that hopefully they can take advantage of and run and join us here at the board as soon as they can.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
Yeah, I agree. I have nothing to add.
Yeah, I think we, for those who weren't here last time, we had a great discussion last time previously regarding and even narrowing it down. And I think we're all in agreement. So I have a first and a second. Do we need to do a roll call vote since it is a resolution?
Yes.
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Yes, on Plan B.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez,
Yes, on plan B.
Board Member Maria Cuevas,
Yes.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
Unanimous decision. We have passed resolution 2021-2226 for Plan B.
President Daniel, may I interrupt for just 1 second?
Sure, Julie.
Sorry to interrupt. If you could please, Monica, if you could please put up the Plan B, the map, because it does show the election sequencing, and that's also part of the resolution. So you just, there are blanks on the resolution to fill in. There you go. So under this, trustee areas 2, 3, and 4 will be up in 2022, and areas 1 and 5 will be scheduled for election in 2024. So that is also part of the resolution that you're adopting.
Julie, do we need a motion for that?
It would be a good idea to do that. It's part of the same resolution, but and you've approved the resolution and the sequencing flows from that, but it would make it even more clear.
So I move that we amend with Julie's recommendations, resolution.
Second, Araceli.
I have a motion for Mr. Lopez, a second from Ms. Flores. Can I get a roll call vote to amend the resolution with the updated district areas?
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Yes.
And Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
Resolution passes. Do we need anything else, Julie?
That is it.
Thank you so
You're
much,
done.
Julie.
Thank
Thank you, Julie, for all your work.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Julie.
And a big thank you to our legal who has been here every step of the way to hold our hand during this. None of us have ever had to deal with it. So thank you. Moving on to 12.2, public hearing and comment regarding the Gonzales Unified School District and Gonzales, California School Employee Association initial proposal regarding classified bargaining unit reopener negotiations for 2021-22 school year. Dr. Galicia?
So these are simply your sunshine and agreements that have been brought forward for opening the negotiations for classified employees.
So it's just an announcement, right? It's nothing, we don't have to take action on. Yeah, correct.
They're simply informing the public as to what the items that will be considered during negotiations.
Okay. It's informational then.
It's a public hearing. You're going to allow the public to make any comment regarding
Public hearing attached to.
Monica,
No, but it's right here.
This one. Okay.
So she.
So at this time, I would, do we open it without the information? Without it being presented?
You can open the public hearing.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing on item 12.2 at 7:40 PM.
Can you bring up the announcement on the
They're attached to
the
this
computer?
to the executive portion. So when you open up your board docs, you should see the items there. You cannot, because it's not a public, the items were shared to you under executive. And right, just like that. Look at your board docs.
Can you bring it up on your?
No, it's
Oh.
not.
Let's read it.
But it's pretty much.
Thought we read it to you. I don't think it.
Can you? Is it private or is it?
Oh, no, it's for the public.
That's why, that's the part I didn't.
Guys, zoom in.
We've got a issue here. She can't pull it up either. You can't put it up on the screen, but you can open it here.
I will see what I can do for you.
Tell you what.
Just a second. I can actually open it up if I log in, just so that you guys can
There you
see. Give me a second. I'm going to look at my password.
You saw your password.
So moving too fast here. Oops.
There you are.
There is the sunshine from GUSD.
Yeah, you can, there you go.
Would you like me to read it?
They can read it now.
Okay, they can read it now.
Do we read it out loud or no?
Here comes Hector. It's okay. So has everybody had a chance to read it?
Mhm.
Okay, let's show the second one now, please. It's the districts.
Hector, did you want to go up for this? We're on the second page.
The CSC.
Good evening once again. This is the opening bargaining unit for CSEA. So we're going to start negotiations with them to open up for the 21-22 school year. We just settled actually with, or tentative settled with GTA on Friday. So there's more of a follow-up now with CSCA bargaining unit.
So Hector, would you tell the board, I think they've been able to read it, but just explain to them the articles that will be under consideration during negotiations.
We're looking at more of the work schedule, the hours, more so the bell schedule for next school year. So that might impact people's work schedule and people's lives as well. So that's one of the pieces that they're looking into. Of course, the salary and the health and benefits as well.
I think you can open up the,
We did.
you haven't opened the hearing yet. Now I think you can. Everybody knows.
I thought we did. I thought you did at 7:40.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any comments from the public regarding either items?
None from anyone.
And none from the gallery? Seeing as we have no public comment, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment at 7:45 PM.
Great.
Thank you. Item 13, consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of the items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. Does any questions regarding anything for pulling on the consent agenda? No. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second, Araceli.
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. Moving on to item 14, informational items. 14.1, LCAP survey results. Ms. Barba is here.
Good evening, everyone. As you know, this is our LCAP season and we're preparing to put together our LCAP for the following school year. And a part of that process is gathering feedback from our stakeholders. So tonight I will be sharing with you the feedback we've received from our staff, parents, and students. There was 3 LCAP surveys that were open from February 11th to April 3rd. We received 580 responses from students, 3rd to 12th grade, 96 responses from certificated and classified, 45 responses from parents. So it's a total of 721 survey responses. And you can see here, these are our subgroups for our parents and our students. So these are parents and students that were self-identifying as either EL, migrant, or with a disability. We had no parents that declared that they were homeless or a foster parent. And then the LGBTQ self-declared by student, that info was only asked for students, not parents. So questions that were asked for within this survey were aligned with our GUSD LCAP. We had rating scales to rate the degree of satisfaction with district and school efforts. There was an opportunity to make suggestions, and then we compared those responses by identifying common threads. So this is our LCAP 1, along with the actions that go alongside this goal. So LCAP Goal 1. So the first question related to the quality condition maintenance facilities. So that relates to Goal 1, Action 2. As you can see the question on top, and in looking at the results, you can see the majority was neutral or satisfactory for this question.
Questions or no, or not yet?
Oh, we're gonna wait till the.
Okay.
So continuing with Goal 1, we also surveyed regarding instructional materials, which included technology equipment. And again, you can see here results were about 50% satisfactory and 50% neutral. And moving on, when staff was asked the same question about separating instructional materials from technology, the majority satisfactory rating was for instructional materials and as well as in technology. Part of our LCAP Goal 1, again, also includes staff recruitment and retention. And so this question was for parents and staff only. And then continuing on to professional development. So when asked about professional development, staff responded that they want relevant differentiated PD driven by site needs, and that admin follow through with the PDs provided and support with consistency and continuity. So the top 5 topics are projected here that were suggested by staff. So with the overall quality of teaching, there was 2 questions. The majority provided a neutral response, while 1 of 3 said they were happy about the classroom activities. And this question was posed to students only. We also had open-ended question. And it was regarding student suggestions on helping them learn better at school. And so these were the reoccurring responses. And the open-ended response for from our parents and staff regarding the improving the quality of teaching and learning. These were the responses in order of frequency. So that was Goal 1, moving on to LCAP Goal 2, along with the actions that are aligned with this goal. So this question pertains to academic supports and intervention. The question was posed to parents and staff. As you can see, parents, 1 and 3 parents are either satisfied or neutral about it, and staff, 1 and 3 staff members are either dissatisfied or neutral about it. And more specifically, staff were asked to provide a rating of supports provided for students from specific subgroups, and the staff responses are as follows for each of the subgroups. When parents are asked about the timeliness or frequency of provided information regarding services and resources to support their child's learning, these were the responses that we received. And then also the students were asked similar questions. So questions consisted of such as whether teachers or counselors provide them information or feedback regarding their school performance. The majority of students stated that they were sometimes provided information, and about 1 in 5 stated that they were rarely provided information. So overall, for staff, students, and parents, we asked regarding preparedness for the next grade level or for transition to college or career. The majority of staff provided a neutral rating, as well as the parents. When students were asked whether they feel prepared to transition to the next grade or to college or career, more than half of the students responded yes. Moving on to the open-ended responses. These are the responses in order of frequency. So moving on to goal 3. This is our goal 3, and these are the actions that go alongside that goal. So when staff, parents, and students were asked to provide a rating regarding how schools enforce rules and expectations for student behavior, they provided the following responses. So for staff, it was about 30% of staff members providing a neutral rating, while about 1/4 of staff members were dissatisfied. For parents, the majority provided a neutral rating, and as close to 30% of parents were satisfied. And then as for students, when asked a similar question, the majority of students stated that the rules and behavioral expectations are sometimes enforced, while about 20% rated this area as either rarely or most of the time. So on a related note, but more specific this time to bullying prevention efforts, staff and parents provided the following responses. So as you can see, the majority of staff parents, they have about a neutral response. And then to gauge the degree of bullying, students were asked a question, do you like coming to school? And responses were close to 37% stated sometimes, while about 1/4 of responses stated most of the time. When students and staff were asked about their perception of school safety, they provided the following responses. So when asked about feeling safe at school, the majority of students said they feel okay at school. Meanwhile, 1/3 of staff responses stated that our schools are either safe or very safe. So then when parents and staff were asked regarding their overall satisfaction with efforts to keep students safe, the majority of parents and staff stated that they are satisfied. To increase student engagement, parents and staff were also asked to provide a rating regarding how schools maintain or increase student attendance, and the responses were as follows. So the majority of parents provided a neutral rating regarding attendance initiatives, while about a third expressed satisfaction. And then likewise, the majority of staff provided a neutral rating regarding attendance improvement initiatives, while about a quarter to a fifth of the responses are split between dissatisfied and satisfied. So then when staff and parents were asked to provide a rating regarding how schools boost student engagement by fostering school spirit, a third of staff responses are split between neutral and dissatisfied, while almost half of parent responses provided a neutral rating and a quarter indicated satisfaction. When students were asked to provide a frequency rating of how often there are activities at their school that fosters school spirit and pride, the majority of students said sometimes, while close to a quarter of students stated rarely. So still on a related note to engagement, we also asked parents and staff to provide a rating regarding the provision of social emotional supports provided to students, and the provided responses are as follows. So for staff, a third of our staff responses were split between neutral to satisfactory, while parents expressed close to similar sentiments regarding SEL initiatives. And then to probe more into SEL supports provided to students, students were asked if they know an adult at school that they can talk to if they need help. Close to half of students said yes. A third stated they do not know, while the rest said no. And these are the open-ended responses in order of frequency. So these are the suggestions regarding safety, engagement, and mental well-being at school. And moving on to goal 4, which is community engagement, and alongside the actions that go along with this goal. Specific to how information and communications are sent out or received, or the close loop of communication between school and home. So staff was asked how they communicate with parents, and the following was provided, listed in order of items that were selected the most. So when staff were asked how they communicate information or reach out to parents, these were also the responses, as well as parents. So the next question related to parents accessing information and updates. So it looks like the majority of parents are satisfied with the timely access and availability of school information or updates. And we also wanted to know from students whether their parents come to school meetings or events, and from the students' perspective, about 20% of said that they never attend. And then about the same amount of students stated that their parents either rarely attend or attend most of the time. While about 1/3 of students stated that their parents sometimes attend. And then to probe a little further, we also wanted to know from parents whether they feel welcome at the school, and a good majority of parents stated that they do. To increase opportunities for parents to engage, we asked parents what their preferred schedule and format is for meetings, and this was the order chosen by the parent preference. So then parents and staff were asked to provide a rating regarding efforts to provide parents training and workshops. The majority of staff provided a neutral training response regarding parent training workshops, while parent responses range from satisfactory to mostly neutral. So following the rating question regarding workshops, staff and parents were surveyed regarding PD topics of need or interest. And here are the top recurring responses. Then parents and staff were asked to provide a rating of overall efforts to engage parents, which includes encouraging parent involvement in decision-making. So both sides looks to be about neutral to satisfactory. And then to gather more feedback, open-ended response regarding parent-student partnerships. These were the responses in order of frequency. And here are the open-ended responses from students. And here are the open-ended responses from parents. And the open-ended responses from staff. So in utilizing all the information that we received, not only from our surveys, but from the engagement through the different meetings held at sites and district, we are working on incorporating this information to update our LCAP for the next school year.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Jose, question?
Thank you, Yolanda, for your presentation. Just quickly, could you summarize, how did you collect this data?
So the data that just presented to you was done through a survey window that was open, and all the sites assisted by sending out the survey, and then the sites, as you can see, we got more student responses, and because the sites supported that by ensuring that the students took the survey.
Okay. And for our parents, I know they didn't respond as many, but do you know the reason why they're not participating as?
I don't. I know that Sonia did go out and try to gather as much as she could throughout the meetings. She supported the sites to get feedback. We did also, this is not the only feedback that we've received from parents. We also received them from the different meetings that we had, such as School Site Council, ELAC, STAC, DLAC.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Cafecitos.
One of the other things that I kind of got my attention is in regards to goal number. Well, each area, I think there's, at least in my part, there's the things that have caught my attention. For goal number one of the things that I saw that the parents are, and I know we've talked about it before in our board meetings, is the restroom facilities and how can we improve it to make sure that our students and anybody that comes onto our sites, they're presentable and they're, they're not, they're usable, in other words. So I think that's an area that, along with training and all that, we can keep working on making sure that, from district office down to, our stadium everywhere, that the facilities are usable and that our community is proud to use them as well and not having to go home or wherever to use. So
That's
one of-
definitely been a discussion that we've had, and definitely something that will go towards our LCAP goals.
Improving that, yeah.
And
The-
improving safety.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
and also, yeah, that's
Yes.
another one safety. In goal two, and for goal number two, the areas that I'm still interested in seeing how we can support is our homelessness and foster students.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm still it's still, to me, it's a little shocking that, the rate is so high that we still have that issue within our
Mhm.
community of homelessness and foster students. So I just wanted to highlight it to make sure we don't, that we always keep our eye on them. Goal number three, going into talking a little bit into what Maria just mentioned, we are, experiencing another national tragedy. I was just reading right now, we have up to 18 students that have died and 2 adults. And that's, in regards to safety, and how we, make sure our students are safe and anybody that comes on campus. And it's just a comment, not that we have a solution to it at this moment, but just to be aware of that, danger is just around the corner and we just don't know. And so, but thank you for the work that all of you guys are doing to make sure that our students are safe when they're here under our supervision and under, our trust. And goal number four, it's good to see that also, that at least those parents that did respond to the survey, that they feel that they're welcomed and that they're, that they have that sense of being welcome to our site. So I think that's important that we continue to develop that, especially for our Spanish speaking community, that they feel that, this is their home, without them, we wouldn't be here. So it's to make sure that, our families feel welcome and safe and that, that they are part of our community. So just again, thank you all for the work you're doing to make sure that, our district meets our LCAP goals and making sure that all our students are successful. Thank you to everybody and all your team.
Maria? Thank you so much. Cesar?
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I saw some common themes.
Yeah.
I think that the board has brought up, and quite frankly, I mean, for a reason, folks have brought it up to us. So we're their voice. Programs, art, music, ELD, and that was requested by the kids, not making it up, requested even by the teachers, right? Structured PD, right? Like I know I've criticized the blowing balloon thing and how's that helping, in the class, but that's just right. I think for too long, we just have PD just because it's in the GTA contract, right? So we need PD, so just get PD. But that might not be the best approach. We should have a direct line. How did that PD benefit, right? Data, right? Not just somebody who's famous for whatever, giving a good talk, right? If it's not helping our kids, what's the point? Right. So anyway, so I just really glad to see these common themes that, with this report, and hopefully the new superintendent can take these, there's a lot there, and start moving forward and progressing on some of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Araceli?
So just touching on, I know that the board's talking about recurring themes, and some of the recurring things that I saw was not just the facilities, but I also saw the counseling need, which I think we've seen that recurring for a while. But what really concerns me is, and I know that maybe we look at the large number of the neutral and satisfied, but I get concerned with the small percentage of the rarelies and the no's. And I get concerned, and this is an example where do you have an adult that you can talk to? And 19.8% said no. So as much as I like seeing the higher numbers, I'm hoping that we're doing something to target the students that are in the lower percentage, because those are the ones that aren't doing well. Those are the ones that aren't, that are kind of left in the shadows that we really need to focus on. And then I just had a question. What is curriculum use? When there was a suggestion for PD curriculum use, what does that mean?
It probably relates to the PD to ensure that they know how to use the curriculum and so that we utilize it in the classroom. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. But good job. And at 700 responses, that's pretty good.
So 700 total? That's what I was gonna ask for
Yeah,
the,
so the
Mhm.
total was 721. We had 580 students, 96 staff, and 45 parents.
that's what that was my question was regarding the totals. And again, same recurring themes, counseling came up. I came up on both students, parents and staff, having those resources there. And always as the programs, as Caesar said, it's the questions and the comments that we get when we're out and about regarding, we need this, or these are our questions for that. So it's kind of basically all in here. These are almost like all the questions that we get and comments that we get from the community when we're out. So and now we have the data to support that. So thank you. Any questions? 14.2, state budget update by Mr. Siegel.
Good evening. We have the presentation coming up. For my district, whenever the CBO got up to do a budget presentation, people's eyes started rolling and they ran for the door. So I will attempt to not bore you too much, but I want to give you a sense of what the state budget's looking like. The state will have a budget adopted shortly. You'll have a budget adopted shortly. The two may not be in complete alignment. I'm going to go through the process that we will go through to make them in complete alignment. If I can get this to work. Can you advance it for me?
How'd you make it work?
Point at the screen.
Oh, the
No,
screen.
actually, it's supposed to be pointing to this.
No.
Easy.
Oh, that one. Well, that's why I'm pushing the wrong button. So there you go. So here's the topics that we're going to cover: the process, economy and taxes, Prop 98, the education budget. There's a big thing with the average daily attendance that I at least want to give you an idea of. We'll see how much detail you want, and then what our plan is moving forward. I need to, sorry. I'll keep turning back. I want to, we'll see here. So in January, the governor gave a proposal for this coming budget, and it was a very good proposal for education. It's just got a whole lot better in May here. And the reason for that is in April, the bulk, or April is the single largest month of tax collections, and records were broken this April, which is surprising given, you know, the COVID pandemic and everything. But in California, what's been happening is people who do well are doing really well. People who generally don't do well are not doing as well, but the people who do well pay by far the preponderance of the taxes. California has an extraordinarily progressive tax structure, which means we live and die by how the top 1% do. When they do well, the schools do well. When they do poorly, we do poorly. So now that the April tax receipts are in, the May revise happens. The May revision is a chance for the governor to update. In this case, he's updating with about $20 billion more for education than he previously had, which is a huge number. Meanwhile, the district is building its budget. The district is going to then adopt a budget, followed by, or almost simultaneous, the state, the governor, the state senate, the state assembly, they'll be negotiating. So the governor's proposal for May is not the end of the road. It has to be reconciled with what the legislature wants. The state will adopt a budget. We will adopt a budget. The problem is that because we're building the budget right now, it's not possible for us to capture what's in the final state budget in time for your adoption on June 28th. You'll see the budget proposal on June 14th, adopted on June 28th. That means that what will follow is a 45-day budget letter, which is standard. It's a chance for the district to tell the public, here's the differences between our budget and what the state actually ended up doing, and what our plan is to our timelines to change that. We will have it changed and in place by the first interim report in October. Well, it's approved later in October, but it's through October 31st. So economy and taxes. Let's just talk quickly. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, but it provides the backdrop for what's happening. So you'd have to be living under a rock right now to not know that there's some inflation going on. You see it every time you probably fill your gas tank up or go to the grocery store. $6 a gallon gas, it's like, oh, that kind of hurts. As a result of that inflation, the Federal Reserve is starting to take, and probably did so later than they should have, but nothing we can do about that, is starting to take action to raise interest rates. They will be continuing to aggressively raise interest rates to get inflation under control. That has prompted a sharp pullback in the stock market. That's something to be aware of because the stock market is how the top 1% makes a good chunk of their money. And so when they stop making money on the stock market, we can look forward to a year or two out from now, the very real possibility that tax receipts are going to drop. And a recession is quite possible. We don't know. The stock market has predicted, my father used to always tell me this, 12 of the last 8 recessions have been predicted by the stock market. Sometimes the stock market predicts a recession that's not there. There's very low unemployment right now, which is good news. That's leading to a very tight labor market. Sometimes you want to do something, you want to hire somebody and you can't. Simply can't find the right people. Still, right now, California's tax revenue is very robust. At the May revise, there's nearly 20, so I think 19 point something billion dollars more for schools. And the biggest contributor to that is those personal income tax receipts, mostly from the top, or a good chunk of it, 50% is from the top 1%. Sorry, I've got to skip a bunch of slides that you're not seeing here. So proposition, did I not get that? There we go. Proposition 98. So we're going to talk about that for a minute. This is the one really boring graph I displayed. Unfortunately, is there a way to move the little picture there just so we can see where those top, oh, look at there you go. Thank you. So these are the amount of the Prop 98 guarantee for education, which is very important. That's how we get the bulk of our funding. And you can see the bars growing. Generally, they had a little hiccup there in around 2008 to 2010 or so, 2012, where things were pretty unfun. And then they continued to grow again. And then they just absolutely, in the last few years, COVID seems to have blown up the amount of money we get, which is really ironic because when COVID first happened, we were told we were going to get like a 10% negative COLA, which was not okay. So I just thought you should see that for 2021, 2022, and 2022-23, the Prop 98 guarantee is much higher. Now, here's a tricky thing. The state didn't know the 21-22 guarantee was going to be that high, so they owe us the difference. So some of that $20 billion is from this year's tax receipts that the state never gave to us. And I just want to quickly show that to you. This is a settle up. There's a lot of information on here, but it comes down to this. At the very bottom left-hand corner, the required settle up payments from the state are $19.1 billion. Most of that was not expected. So the state has money to play with right now. And the governor is looking at how he's going to do that. So now we get to the meat of it, the education budget. And here's the big changes from the January budget proposal to the May revision. The first one is the local control funding formula has some funding increase to it. The governor had originally proposed 3.3 billion. He's now up to 6.1 billion. That's enough to fund the 6.5% COLA, the 6.56% COLA, plus an additional amount that brings the total up to close to 10%. The Proposition 98 minimum guarantee, you can see the numbers there that were the large changes over the different years, and we're now at $110 billion going into next year. The statutory COLA is on there. And then this really interesting idea, and this is a very profoundly good proposal, I'll explain why in a moment, of a one-time discretionary grant to all districts of $8 billion. And this actually, I will comment on this. You know what, I think the next slide has, the next couple of slides are going to have something on that, so I'm going to hold on. So the problem with for us right now in building a budget is we've got 3 different proposals, one from the governor, one from the state assembly, and one from the state senate. And the governor's is actually the most stingy of them, which may be the most correct call, at about 10%. Doesn't say that number on there, but he adds an additional 2.1 billion above the COLA to take the COLA from about 6.5% to close to 10. The assembly, they like to spend money in the assembly. They are on a 15% COLA idea. That's a very large COLA. And then the Senate is somewhere in between the two is how the numbers work out. My guess is that it will end up being somewhat more than the governor wants, but not as much as the two legislative bodies want, but that's just a guess at this point. Oh, and you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't advance that. Well, this was the slide I just talked about. You can see the May revised, this goes through those same numbers. The next slide is going to talk about that discretionary block grant. And I'm not going to go through every piece of this because it's a lot of information. I borrowed these slides from school service. I actually stole these slides from school services, and they like to put a lot of information on their slides. Here's the bottom line with it. And they talk about this as a playbook from his predecessor, that's Governor Brown. Governor Brown loved to do something I thought was very fiscally responsible, which is when money went up, he would give some of it to us in ongoing money and some of it to us in one-time money. So if the following year there was a cutback, things fell off, he could cut the one-time money and we wouldn't feel any pain before we cut ongoing costs. So this is the same kind of thing. The governor's acutely aware that there could be some storm clouds in the horizon out there. This is a huge amount of an increase. Let's give some of it in one-time money and then reevaluate next year if we can sustain it. I'd hate to see a 15% cost of living adjustment come to schools and it's unsustainable. People give commitments to program and employees on that, and then they can't sustain it. And that's the worst thing we can do to kids is jerk around programs. You have it, you don't have it. You have it, you don't have it. So this allows you to make some decisions about how to spend money one time. Now there's a preference in here of how you spend it, but there's no, in the proposal, it actually is completely open to the board's discretion. My one piece of advice would be to spend it on things that are not going to be ongoing costs, because you get yourself in a world of hurt by spending on ongoing costs. If we get this, we don't know that yet. And we will not be including this in the budget until we see it passed. So I want to talk quickly about the different programs in there. This shows the major ongoing programs. The cost of living adjustment is the first bar on the left there. And you can see the blue one is in January, the orange one is in May. So you can kind of see the increases. There's the additional LCFF. So those two orange bars on the far left make up the 10% COLA that's proposed. The extended learning opportunity programs getting a little more funding in the governor's budget. Universal TK is getting a little bit less, not because he's reducing the amount, but because projections for the number of students are dropping off. We're seeing a demographic shift right now where birth rates are down and number of kids in the state are down. Universal meals, some more money for that. And special education is receiving some nice money, but that hasn't changed. Now for the one-time programs, we have the kind of purplish color, reddish purplish color shows the original January budget, and the darker blue color shows the May revise. You can see the discretionary block there, block grant there on the left, goes from nothing to $8 billion. So it's a huge, huge spike there. And that is something that we'll want to watch. That's a lot of money. The other ones, there's just a bunch of one-time money going. The one I'll call your attention to is he's proposing some money for deferred maintenance, which would be fantastic because it would allow us to get some money over into our repairs. And we'll talk about that in just a minute more as well. Average daily attendance. I don't want to overwhelm you with this. But let's go back to the COVID epidemic. When that hit in March of 2020, the state decided to cut off where the attendance accounting at P2, that's the second apportionment where we stop tracking attendance, and it counts till that point, on February 29th of 2020, and said, that's it, you can count your attendance for purposes of funding. And so we got our funding based on that. In 2021, the state said, don't worry about taking attendance this year or tracking attendance this year. We'll just give you last year's attendance numbers. So that was all good. But the problem is if you're declining, you're kind of putting off the pain of the decline. You're not taking the steps down. So in 21, 22, two things happened this year. And this district experienced both of those. You declined, and like virtually every other district in the state, your students stopped attending at the regular pre-pandemic attendance rates. Typical attendance rates were 95% prior to COVID. Right now, school services is going to show 90% on the next slide. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I didn't advance that. It's going to show 90% on the slide after this one, or in a few minutes. That's that may be on the high side. So students are not attending at the same rate they used to attend. That takes a declining enrollment problem and makes it worse. Now, the state allows you under current law to go back 1 year and use prior year funding. So we can still use for 1 more year the funding from 2021, which is actually the funding from 1920. That gets us a certain, stability. The problem is next year, the bottom is going to fall out. Our prior year becomes this year, and this year's attendance numbers are awful. We've declined. We haven't absorbed that decline for several years, and our students didn't attend very well. So there's a cliff that we're facing. So here's what this governor has proposed doing to solve this cliff. And we're going to try to figure out how we're going to put this into the budget, because these are proposals. At the same time, putting in a really low attendance number isn't going to help anybody. So the first thing the governor says is, hey, you can continue to use current year funding. That's for districts that are growing. You can use prior year ADA just like you used to be able to, or you can do a 3-year rolling average. Well, for this district, that would be 1920, 2021, which was also 1920, which is a higher number, and then this year. So we'd have 2 good years and 1 bad year to use. And then that would keep transitioning. But he's suggested a second piece, which is to allow us to cheat this year. And there's a lot of information on the slide. And if you don't have these slides, we're going to get them to you. But the cheat is this. You take your enrollment number from this year and pretend that the kids are still attending at 95% or whatever they were attending at back in 2019-20. So instead of having this year's 90%, if that's what it is in this district, you get to use 95% if that's what it was back in 1920. So it wipes out all the bad attendance rates from this year. And that's a wonderful thing if we can do that. And it's not an either or. We can do this and the 3-year averaging, which has a significant impact. They show it here in a quick table. I hope this isn't too boring, but they have a hypothetical district of 10,500 students declining in 1920 down to 9,500 students in 22-23. If you notice the ADA numbers, you get 10,000 at a 95% attendance rate in the first year. The second year is 10,000 because you get to use the prior year. The third year, this year, because they're only taking 90%, it's down to 9,000. It's a huge drop. And then so we would have to use this year's 9,000 because we continue to drop. It's under current law, it's a huge drop off from 10,000 to 9,000. It's a 10% drop off for this particular district. And these are not numbers that are that unusual around the state. What his proposals do is allow you to fake the 21-22 numbers. So if you see that red arrow at the bottom of the screen, it's pulling the attendance percentage rate forward from 2019-20 and giving you 9,500 ADA instead of just 9,000. And then when you apply, I think the last slide on this, when you apply the 3-year averaging, oops, one thing there. Make sure you're looking at the same thing. Yes. You apply the 3-year averaging, you actually, under this same scenario, you end up with 9,800 ADA by 3-year averaging, as opposed to under the current law, only 9,000. So it's a huge, huge impact. And this district is proportionally, those numbers are the kind of numbers that we're looking at proportionally. So it makes an enormous difference from what we thought was going to happen. It virtually wipes out the declining ADA that we've been having, or that goes a long ways towards that. There's still a decline, but it's not as severe. So the plan moving forward, which is very important, we are going to include the governor's proposal for the increased LCF funding. We're going to do this right now. We're planning to do statutory COLA that's at 6.56%, but not the additional amount unless we get better information from school services. It's possible we will include it if we get more information. I do think the governor's 10% is on the low end of what will happen. We are not going to include the governor's proposal for the one-time discretionary block grant. The district can budget that when it happens, if it happens, and you have a new superintendent who can take you through the process of how you're going to spend what in this district at that proposal level would be roughly $3 million. So not a small amount of money. We're going to include the governor's proposal for ADA assistance because otherwise the bottom falls out of this budget. We're going to include expansion of TK. I'm going to skip the routine repair maintenance for just a moment. We're not going to include the budget changes for other smaller proposals because they're too unknown at this point, and the rules and the amount of funding, it just doesn't make sense until we actually see it. And we'll address all the needed changes through the 45-day letter and continue revisions to the budget. I want to go back to the routine repair and maintenance. And there's actually two really good reasons, and the surveys kind of showed that, why we need to increase funding for maintenance. Districts, the state has set up for districts, and most districts use something called a restricted routine repair and maintenance account. And the idea is that districts are supposed to be moving 3% of their money each year to this account, that then all your maintenance needs are taken care of. And in fact, part of the conditions for having participated in the past in the school building program, and this district participated about 12 years ago in a joint use project, is my understanding. And so this should be in place, is that you do make the routine repair and maintenance contribution. Well, we haven't been making that. So we need to start making that. I think it will increase the amount of money going to maintenance. And I think that based on the surveys you're hearing, that's going to be an important thing. It wouldn't hurt to have more money going to the maintenance department and be able to do more projects, more repairs, more improvements outside of the bonds that you passed. And so final thoughts, there's a large increase state funding, that's obvious. There's every reason to believe that there will be a downturn in revenues coming in the out years. If the downturn is not too severe, so I tell you that, but I also don't want you afraid to spend what the governor's proposes ongoing money, because if the downturn is not too severe, the state has a large Proposition 98 reserve right now, about $10 billion that's sitting there to help when the next downturn happens. And the use of one-time funds should also cushion it if the governor is successful in keeping that in the budget, so that you wouldn't, the first call on cutting would be to not give you one-time money. Well, who cares? We don't need it. We can go back to our operational budget with the ongoing stuff. So I think it's going to be important to spend the money that's coming, at least at this level that the governor's proposed, ongoing, but also be aware that there are storm clouds on the horizon. And I sound like every CBO in the state. There's always storm clouds on the horizon. Always. They never tell you that there's not. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All set?
Thank you for your presentation.
Mhm.
A lot of good information.
Maria? Much.
Thank you, Scott, for the presentation. I loved it. So, yeah.
Cup of tea.
So the governor's ADA proposal, and even his modified proposal basically saves us or saves everybody, but it only saves them up to the year 2022, 2023. What happens in 2023, 2024?
So the assumption that the governor is making and that everyone involved is making is that attendance rates are going to return back to approximately the 95% that they were. If they do not, if there's some new pattern going on, the state will be, I'm sure, be reevaluating that. One of the proposals that's floated out there and had some traction for a while, and I think would be a great step forward, is switching from an average daily attendance to an enrollment-based funding. Many states have enrollment-based fundings. It's much more stabilizing. You know what your enrollment is in October, and you wouldn't have to wait till March or April to find out how our attendance did this year. It doesn't solve the declining enrollment part, but it solves the fluctuation in attendance rates, which is what we're experiencing, both decline and bad attendance rates. So again, the assumption is that attendance percentage will return to normal and they won't have to play that game. If they don't, I suspect they'll allow us to use some historical number or switch us to enrollment based.
Okay. And your proposal is not for the school district, is it? It's for the state lawmakers then?
To switch to enrollment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see them switch to enrollment. It's not still my proposal. There was actually a bill pending to do that.
Oh.
I think the governor is doing this instead, but there's still some thought out there of switching to enrollment. There was a proposal to do that.
Yeah. No, and I think I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's a super majority Democratic governments. Whatever happens, they're going to take care of education. I think.
I'd like to think that, but I want to just remind you that when times are good, they're taking care of us. But in May of 2020, when they thought that the bottom was going to fall out of tax receipts and they projected a huge decrease, they did several things that would have hurt this district badly. One was to propose a negative 10% COLA and huge deferrals of revenue from the current year into the following year, which would have hurt low-income school districts more than high-income school districts.
Those deferrals never materialized.
They did, actually. They made us do the deferrals, even though the money came in anyways. They still made us suffer the deferrals. And then they were paid back and it was all good. But yeah, so they are all too willing to give us money when it's good. There is a concern that they're all too willing to take it away when it's bad.
And just two more questions. The one-time discretionary funds of 8 billion, which is not going to be reflected in the budget, according to your proposal, that equates to about $1,500 per ADA. In our school district, our ADA hall, if you will,
2,000-ish.
Out of 15,000 or so, right? Like I think I saw a chart somewhere where our kids, when they're seated. Or sorry, but no other better way to say it are $15,000 worth of ADA. So this $1,500 or 2,000 is 10% perhaps of increase of our current hall.
Sure, one time.
One time, right. But that's significant.
3 million. It's approximately, give or take a few $100,000, $3 million.
$3 million. Yeah. So then, when that does happen, like you said, when that does happen, then the board has some decision to make as far as how to spend this one-time money. Which,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your new superintendent will hopefully take you through a process to try to figure out how to best utilize that. And you have to treat it like it's a one-time, because it is one time. Now, Governor Brown kept giving us one-time money year after year. I don't know did the basic aid districts get that too? No, you didn't get it. Sorry. It was nice. It kept coming and coming and coming. It's like the joke was, ongoing one-time money.
And my last question on the, sorry, my lead, I can't fix my lead. So I wasn't able to write it down, but something like defer maintenance, the 3%. And you're saying that in the past, we had done it. I think you were talking about the joint use gym at Fairview.
Yes.
It's probably the last time we did it. And you're saying that we should return to doing that. So that would imply that we should put it in our budget now when it is not currently.
We should be putting in our budget. Now, to clarify, the district participated in the state schools funding program about 12 years ago for that joint use project. One of the assurances, my understanding, is that you agree that you're going to fund the 3% routine repair and maintenance account. What I believe happened is during the Great Recession, or I like to call it the not so great recession, that requirement was waived for a period of time. So it may have been being done, then it was waived. And I think the district never picked it back up after that. It needs to be done. And for several reasons. One is you're supposed to be doing it, so you need to do it. If you're going to participate again, you want to be able to say we were doing it. And then even more importantly, I think that you could use a little more money towards maintenance right now based on what I'm seeing around the district. And I think your parent surveys reflect that. It's not that the maintenance department is not doing a great job with what they have. I think that they need that little push up.
Right. And so that's 3% of the budget. Our budget is, I believe, around $43 million. So you're talking about.
It doesn't include all the federal one-time money. So maybe roughly $1 million a year. It's just in really rough terms is what it would be.
So this would be a last thing, I promise. This would be $1 million line item, which has not been there, and it will. It should be there going forward.
It should be there. Now, to say it has, some of it's been there, it just hasn't been put into that account. So it's not that you haven't funded any of maintenance. So the increase will only be the difference between what you currently are funding, which I don't know an exact number on, to what that 3% is. I suspect it'll be a few $100,000 more than you're currently doing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not my area expertise, but I have a question in regards to the block grant, which is that one-time funding.
Mm-hmm.
Is that also referred to what they call soft funds? Or is that different?
I don't know what that term saw.
Oh, well then.
No, that's okay.
You can say that means no. Soft funds, I was under the impression that soft funds were were like money that was just there for that one, for just like a year.
Then you could consider it that.
Okay.
Yes, it's one
And
time,
then
one
it's
time.
recommended not to use that money for any long-term project.
Right. If you spend $3 million on people, the next year you're not going to have that $3 million. So there's an expression in school finance, don't spend ongoing money. I'm sorry, don't spend one-time money on things that eat.
Well, it's good because I know that like with education is evolving and COVID
Mhm.
has changed the dynamics of education. So I assume that as things start to slowly go back to what it was, it will never go back to what it was. Hopefully we'll have the money to evolve with education. So our students don't feel like they don't have the adequate stuff to learn and our teachers have the adequate equipment. So that's the kind of money
It's
that
a
will be
great,
spent.
it's a great source of money for doing some upgrades and things like that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
My colleagues answered all my questions that I had, which is one of them was what's next after, 2023-24 for school year for ADA. I'm glad to see there's hopefully.
It's just hope right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully, some light at the end of that tunnel, and then the same thing for the block grant funds on that. But I always love your presentations, that they're very user friendly. So thank you
Thank
for
you.
providing such great information and, in layman's terms for not all of us who are as savvy as Mr. Ione about budget. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 14.3, a student health services presentation. Ms. Perlin.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, board members, superintendent. I'm going to be, I'm Claudia Perlin, Assistant Director of Student Services, and I'm going to be reviewing some of our current health services in our district, as well as discussing some recommendations for the upcoming school year. So I hope I get this right. Which one? This one? Thank you. You got it? Oh, there we go. Well, now I went ahead. Okay, so it's just a little definition about what school nursing is, but I think just to highlight a little bit, for me, it's definitely knowing that they are the leaders who bridge healthcare and education, right? And that's why we have them here. And we're very lucky to have great staff here at Gonzales Unified. And we're going to be taking a look at that, if I could get this going. So we do have, of course, our nurse Grace that has been with us now for some time and always offering great support to all of our sites, as well as Yvette Jimenez, our health tech. And then we've been lucky that we recently brought on a new addition to our district, licensed vocational nurse Vanessa Redondo, who's here this evening. Wanted to formally introduce her to the board and the community. Between the three staff members, we are able to have coverage at all of our sites. And so we're very grateful for that, to offer some continuity as well, which is really important to be able to meet all of our students' health needs. And so, of course, we have several students within our school district that our health staff sees throughout the day, right? So providing basic care, taking care of those aches and pains and cuts, some bathroom accidents, and I think providing a lot of ice is what I hear from Nurse Grace to our students. But along with that, of course, we have some students that require more additional planning, right? That require more support from our nurses and our health tech. And so just to give you a little breakdown of that information, at La Gloria, there are approximately 60 students that have some health concerns that require additional planning. And so that could be anything from students that have ADHD, asthma, maybe some more significant allergies, or who take medication. Within that group, we also have students with 504 plans and students on IEPs, including our students with diabetes. And then students with active health plans. So where there's a emergency protocol around, medication and administration of that. And then who also require training for our staff members. And so just to give you a little glimpse as far as 504 plans at La Gloria, that includes our students with diabetes, lymphedema, seizures, epilepsy, and so on. When we take a look at Fairview, we're looking at about 25 students who require some of that additional support. 10 students with 504 plans, none of our students with IEPs, but 3 students with active health plans. And so again, similar things that we're looking at that require that support. And I know they're also busy at Fairview on a daily basis with students coming in and needing some type of health support or health care. At Gonzales High School, we see about 33 students that require some of that support. So here we have a larger number of students on 504 plans, students that have health concerns within their IEPs. Students are with diabetes, and we do have one student that has an EpiPen prescribed to them, and students with active health plans. And so at the high school, we do see a little bit more of some of that mental health need as far as students with anxiety, ADHD, PTSD, along with some of the other health areas that I've mentioned before. So also in general, we do have EpiPens within the school district that we have on hand in the event of an emergency situation. And then, as I mentioned, a lot of other students that have some type of health indicator, whether they wear glasses, hearing deficits, allergies, history of heart murmurs. So a lot of students within our district that require some type of support around health needs. And then, of course, here are some roles and responsibilities, right? There are many for our nurses. And of course, just to highlight of the fact that we also went through COVID, right? And I know Nurse Grace definitely took the lead in addressing, a lot of district-wide procedures and protocol, as well as testing that, this year we have had a decrease in that, but that was definitely a lot of work that went into organizing all of that during the pandemic. And of course, the supporting of the development of 504s and IEPs and our health plans and also, supporting with the California Healthy Youth Act requirements and training our staff around emergency procedures and care for our students that have some more significant health needs. So we're definitely very fortunate to have, increased with our staff. But as you can see, we, with all of our sites, pretty busy. I know Nurse Grace and Vanessa have been supporting a lot, and they are continuously busy. For next school year, I think definitely having their continued support. Our health tech at La Gloria is currently a 0.5 position. We would love to see an additional health aide at primarily stationed at Fairview, but of course, around with planning, being able to have the flexibility to have our staff be at the sites when needed. And again, offering that continuity of services, right? So we're never left without our health support. I know we just had a field trip that Nurse Grace was able to, go to and actually provide care for our student that previously it would have been difficult because it would have left us, without that additional support in the school district. So these are some of the recommendations that we have, and definitely look forward to continue to work with our health staff. And again, just appreciative of everything that they do. And then just lastly, a big thank you. It was National School Nurse Day on May 11th. So just wanted to recognize Nurse Grace and Nurse Vanessa for all of the work that they do, all of the support, and for taking care of our students and our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody has any? If anybody has any
Jose?
questions?
Yes, thank you again for your presentation. How do our parents go about, I see that at Fairview Middle School, there are no IEPs at the moment. So
Not that there are no IEPs, but there are no students with IEPs
Okay.
that have a attached like health plan or significant health concern.
and it's, can you, just for our parents that are watching our community, how do they go about, requesting that?
So it's all dependent on what the health issue is and how it affects their educational performance, right? So with some of our students that have IEPs, it may not always be a health related issue per se, but because maybe they also have let's say a seizure disorder, there's a plan attached to that IEP. So it's really all dependent on the child, what the health need is and how it's affecting them in school, and whether or not there's a need to develop something like a 504 or an IEP. And that could be definitely requested by a parent in writing or also via our SST teams at each of our sites.
And
Maybe it would help, Claudia, if you, because I know the answer, but I think I know where you're headed. If you can explain to him the difference between a 504 and an IEP.
So a 504 is an accommodation plan. So what that means is, for example, maybe a child that has ADHD and they take medication. So when a child requires a 504, it's that it's affecting one type of a daily life activity, whether it's walking, learning, talking, breathing, that would require a 504 plan, and there'd be accommodations in the classroom. So a team would come together, talk about what the child needs, implement those accommodations, and that would be reviewed on a yearly basis. An IEP is an individualized education plan, and so that falls under special education. And in order for a child to have an IEP, they need to qualify for special education that falls for our students who have a learning disability, other health impairment. It could also be related to a health concern, but there needs to be an impact educationally in the classroom. And that plan would be developed also by an IEP team and reviewed on a yearly basis.
And also our teaching staff would, when they get those students in their classroom, they are informed of them, correct? They read the actual file and are up to date before the kid even steps into the classroom, I presume?
Yes, so typically, for instance, with our students with IEPs, they have a case manager. So that would be the resource specialist or a special day class teacher or our speech and language pathologist. So they would be the staff member responsible for passing on that information and alerting the new teacher of the student and informing them of what their needs are. And the teacher, gen ed teacher, would also be invited every year to that child's IEP or 504 plan.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment on teachers knowing, only because I worked with the ARIES program. Every teacher is, I'm not sure if they're able to now, but there's like a button where you can just click to see what, I think it's like a red screen there.
It's a flag and it can be
Yeah.
indicated on ARIES.
So they can, the teachers will know if they see the flag there too.
So that they're aware that they have those students. in the
Yes.
classroom and
Mhm.
Understand why they might be acting out or,
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Cuevas? That's it. Thank you. Mr. Ion, do you have any questions?
Thank you for the information. No questions.
No questions.
Ooh. Okay. I do have a question. So, the 504s, I was looking at the 504s and some of the needs, and there's mental health needs in those accommodations. Is there collaboration between the nurses and the health staff and the mental health staff when kids maybe are having like panic attacks or PTSD symptom? Is there collaboration amongst our mental health staff and our health staff?
Yes, so again, depending on what the child needs, a lot of our students are receiving counseling services either through our counselor at the school, specifically like La Gloria, or through our social workers. We also have Monterey County Behavioral Health who can participate in IEP meetings. and who provide services via the IEP, or again, with our social workers. So any staff member could be a part of that team as long as the student demonstrates a need in that area.
Okay. That's, well, I just do want to have a story about Miss Grace real quick. And I was talking to her earlier when I was out there, but I have to tell you, my son is on the spectrum, and when he was at La Gloria and he would have issues, the one place he can go to was in Miss Nurse Grace's office. It was the one place where he felt safe, and Nurse Grace was always so gentle with him. And even till this day, he misses La Gloria because that's one of the things he misses. Like, he doesn't have a Nurse Grace office to go and decompress or whatever he needs, because he used to go to her office and get on the little bed, and she was wonderful. So they go above and beyond for our kids, and we truly appreciate the work that they do. But that's just one of many things Nurse Grace does. So yeah, that's it.
I had a couple of questions. So for the EpiPens, I know that we have 3 on site, but how many of our students carry EpiPens on them?
I believe it's just one student, right?
Wow. So all of our office staff then are trained on those EpiPens, or?
Yeah, that'd be great. Oh. Yeah. Just how to do it.
Thank you. So my other question is, I know like Nurse Grace has a lot of responsibilities, and one of them, she does the screenings for the vision and hearing. So who covers her? I mean, we have Vanessa now, but who in the future, who will cover her during that time?
So they'd have to be scheduled right during the time where, because we definitely have students that we need to accommodate to throughout the day, right? So I know with Nurse Vanessa, she would be able to support with some pieces of that, but Nurse Grace would be doing the majority of that. But then having Vanessa here and then also having additional, health techs would also help in supporting sort of like the day-to-day, happenings that go on in the front office as kids are coming in. And of course, they're going to be scheduled during the times where we know there won't be necessarily a scheduled, for example, for our students with diabetes, right, that they need to have their blood sugar monitored throughout the day. So we wouldn't schedule it during that time. But now we have some additional support that could also be provided, for our sites in the event that Nurse Grace is, busy or has to block off some of that time.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is it's just also for my fellow trustees so that we're aware of, in my opinion, how short-staffed we are in this area. You cannot predict an emergency, and if Nurse Grace is at one site, and luckily we have Vanessa now, who's to say that an emergency that was not planned doesn't happen at another site. And things happen. We've had injuries on the field during lunchtime, whatnot. So I just, wanted to shed some light on that. And so now is Nurse Grace going on all field trips with students with medical needs?
No, that would be on a case by case depending on the student, what the need is, and of course, availability. So it could either be Nurse Grace, it could be Vanessa. It's just dependent on what the child needs.
Because then that would leave us short staff on
Right.
site. So that's just a reminder. No, I appreciate that because I know that has been an issue previously on how who's going to administer what. So I appreciate that. So a lot of great information. And I will say, having had a child who had to use Nurse Grace's services, we are very, very lucky and blessed to have you here. Vanessa, you have such a great mentor in front of you. And we've said it time and time again. You put her out there at the grocery store and all the kids are going to flock to Nurse Grace. So that's just a testament of her dedication to our students and our families. Grace, we cannot thank you enough. You are amazing. Thank you.
I agree with the board president.
Of course.
Okay, we're not speaking out of turn. Okay, thank you. Oh, no, she's bush. You can. Okay, moving on to item 15, action items. Do we have any comments?
None.
Regarding any of the action items? Yeah, that's
No.
why.
None.
Actually, no.
No, no public comments. Yeah, that's why I was double checking. And I'm double checking that so we can, for timing purposes. Where did my,
Can we make one
I'm gonna,
big motion?
sorry. Yes. Mhm. So to move it, but I check with legal. We will still do our regular. So, item 15.1, classified personnel assignment order 2122-81 to open up 1.9063 FTE health technician position at Fairview Middle School for the 2022-23 school year. Any staff report?
None.
Okay. Any board questions or comments? Jose?
None.
Maria? Questions or comments, Caesar?
Yes, in the presentation that was just given, the recommendation was for one full-time person, and this is close to full-time, but not quite. 0.9063 is not 1.0. And so does that,
Hector, can you explain the reason for the discrepancy? So it's pointed out that the position that has been proposed is 0.9063 rather than 1.0 FTE. I assume it's taking the number of hours that is needed and dividing that into the full-time equivalent for a classified staff member. Is that correct? And so the full-time equivalent is 8 hours and you're probably looking at 7.5 hours. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Does that explain it?
That answer your question?
Because of the school day is not an 8-hour day.
Questions or comments, Araceli?
No.
I'm glad to see it on here. Seeing as that's the end of comments, can I get a motion for 15.1?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. Item 15.2, staff report for adoption of it says resolution, sorry. Adoption of resolution number 2021-22-24, recognition of National School Nurses Day, May 11th. It's self-explanatory. It's a resolution, so it requires a a roll call vote, sorry.
Board President Slas Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Yes.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
5-0.
Item 15.3, adoption of resolution number 2021-22-25, extend the district's participation in Monterey County Education Delinquent Tax Finance Authority. Board report.
Yes.
So yes, just a really brief one. The district already participates in this. This is a renewal. What it does is when homeowners don't pay their property taxes, the portion that comes to this district, if you don't have this, basically you would have to wait until the delinquent taxes are paid. They always do get paid at some point. And then you would be made whole. What this does is the districts in this county get together. They finance the amount that is needed to cover it so they can make you whole right away. And then because of the penalties on delinquent taxes, that pays for the financing and then some. So you actually make a little money on the deal. Not a lot, but a little bit. And so it's a way of just making so you're not waiting for past due property taxes that could potentially really hurt you if it was a big homeowner, a big property, or not necessarily homeowner, but a big property owner.
Thank you. Jose, questions or comments?
This is the whole Monterey County, right? Just within our.
All the school districts in Monterey County appear to participate, or most of them.
Thank you.
No comment. Maria, questions? Caesar, questions or comments?
Nothing.
Araceli?
Thank you.
And I have none. Thank you so much for the explanation. Since this is a resolution, we are going to taking a roll call vote.
Board President Slas Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Yes.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
5-0.
Moving on to item 15.5, approval of employment agreement with interim chief business official. Staff report.
No, but we're here to take questions regarding the package for Dr. Siegel.
Any board comments or questions, Jose?
None at this time.
Maria, questions or comments?
Thank you.
Caesar, questions or comments?
Comment. Thank you so much for helping our district. Your knowledge and expertise, presentation skills are amazing. And it's something that I think we all benefit from. This is probably one of the most important things to figure out. If you don't have the money, you can't have teachers, you can't have staff. Not too much for students. So thank you so much.
I think somebody was trying to say bye.
Saying bye.
Yeah, there it is.
Couldn't ignore her.
No comment.
Thank you very much. So I echo everything that Caesar says. We're very lucky. So thank you for coming and filling in. We very much appreciate it. So can I get a motion for 15.5?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second by Mr. Lopez.
second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 15.6, approval to call for bids for public address and emergency safety systems at all schools. Staff report.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm going to ask both of you to come up because I'm not doing most of this presentation. I'm just here to introduce it. We are planning to, or would like to be able to install a district-wide, a integrated bell, public address, clock, emergency communication system across the entire, all the classrooms in the district. And to do that, we looked at different options for purchasing. Right now, we think the best one is just to do a call for bids, put a bid out there with the specifications. We don't expect a lot of bids to come back in, but because of the anticipated price, we have to do some purchasing things, and this is what we need to do. So I will let Carol and Trini explain what this is.
All right, so good evening, board. I'm here to talk about our communication and safety systems project. So the specific systems and components we're talking about are the clocks, bells, intercoms, our outdoor public address, are also our emergency alert system or notification system. So first I want to talk about the why. Why are we considering a project of this magnitude? The first thing is our aging and hard to source replacement parts. For example, our La Gloria master clock was out for about 4 months. It was really difficult to get the parts at all. They're no longer manufactured. This means that La Gloria was ringing bells by hand, months manually, and it's a pretty inefficient use of staff time. Currently, our system really lacks the updated and modern safety systems that are available. Just like you probably wouldn't buy a car with airbag or without airbags these days, our system essentially doesn't have any airbags. And poor quality sound. Again, it's an outdated system. So for example, all the wiring is the old 1970s 2-wire speaker wire. All of the modern systems have the Cat5 or the Cat6 cabling. And insufficient coverage. So basically this system, I know for sure is 22 years old. I consulted with my longest standing member of IT, and it has been in existence for as long as he has been employed in the district. So as you can imagine, over the years, we've had additional structures, we have changing use of facilities, and really it's an insufficient coverage in the newly populated areas of campus. So that's why we're considering an upgrade. So we identified some of our needs for an upgraded system. The first would be our clocks. They're going to include a speaker module, modern cabling, so that we have improved sound quality. There will also be a message chyron on the bottom for reminders, as well as emergency notifications. So classrooms, not only will they hear a tone if that's appropriate for, say, fire, but in the case of an intruder or some unsafe situation, we would also have the opportunity to deliver flashing lights and a silent message that they needed to proceed with safety protocols. Lockdown button, that is a new thing that we didn't go forward. So sorry, rambling on and not forwarding my slides. Yeah, I was on a roll. So lockdown button, that literally is going to be one button where administrators, Mr. Zavala and his department or the IT department would be able to hit one button, and that would initiate a succession of procedures. And that we would be able to program, whether that's calling police or fire or whatever would be appropriate. But instead of the administrator or the admin assistant having to do that all manually and by hand, it would be automatically initiated when you hit that button. Two-way intercoms, hands-free, one touch, even a kindergartner, right, is going to be able to press the red button. Whereas now you need to lift the handset, you need to press the bell, you need to worry about whether the sound quality is good enough because it is just on a phone. The teacher would also have an additional button where they could indicate that the classroom was in distress, and it will not make a tone or alert anyone except for in the office. Outdoor speakers, we are considering modern cabling to improve our sound quality, also improve coverage. So that's the purpose of upgrading the public address system. The emergency alert system, as I was mentioning before, we're going to have more automation of the notification and emergency alert system. Again, it's customizable by site and situation. The big improvement for bells is really safeguarding our instructional time. No longer if it's, picture time for fifth grade, will that be held or heard throughout La Gloria? So we'll be able to customize zones and only interrupt classrooms where it's appropriate. So we're little better ability to safeguard that instructional time. And that concludes my report for communication and safety systems upgrade.
Thank you for the staff report. Any board questions or comments, Jose?
Do you have an estimate on the price of this project?
Yeah, we had, when we were investigating different systems and, figuring out our options, we had a ballpark figure of about $400,000.
One thing, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Scott.
One thing just to add is we have not yet finalized, and it's, I think in the agenda item, which source we're going to use, because it could be that one-time discretionary block grant.
I see.
It
Okay.
could be bond funding, at least on the high school side, probably not as much the elementary side. It could be routine repair and maintenance. If we increase the funding to routine repair and maintenance, there's a number of different options. I think that we'll wait till we see more about the budget to decide and for the board to award the bid.
But in the meantime, thank you for this project, because I think it's we need it we need it. Thank you.
Maria, questions or comments?
For your time, and yes, I agree, we do need it. As working in the office here, I remember Mary Vargas, she would go in and open the closet where the huge machine was, and whenever we had the drills, the emergency drills, she'd have to wait to see what time, and it did take time out of her daily tasks, so that's great.
Caesar, any questions or comments?
Yeah, what's the timeline? I know the bids are still gonna go out. Obviously, they have to return them and so, but is it for next year, at the end of next year? Do we have a timeline for that?
Are you talking about installation?
Yeah, implementation.
So we anticipate all of the equipment being available by, as you may know, there's a chip shortage right now. And so, the vendors that we have, explored their products, they're telling us somewhere around the end of December, January, they anticipate all of the parts being available.
Wow.
And at that time, we would be able to complete installation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Flores, any questions or comments?
Well, this is definitely a facilities need, so I had the block grant question that was answered. For the question for the classroom distress button, so is that for if there's a classroom behavioral issue, who would respond to that if you push it?
So,
I mean,
as a
I don't
po-
even know if you know. this is
Well,
something
I
that-
do. I mean, from the systems that, we explored, basically there would be it looks like a phone, but it's like a central control panel.
Mhm.
And that would probably sit at the admin assistant's desk, right?
So would someone need to put, would they, is it something where it push the button and the admin is alerted and they just go, or do they need to be on the phone with admin?
No, because there's going to be an intercom. So the teacher could be hands-free,
Okay.
right? Assisting that child.
Okay.
And it would also notify the IT department. It would also notify maintenance operations and transportation, because again, once they hit that distress button, there's a series of events that triggers, right? That we check in on that classroom.
Okay.
When they press the button, the admin person that it's monitoring actually can hear what's happening.
Oh, okay.
The teacher doesn't even need to go and pick up.
They don't have to explain themselves.
I need
Okay.
help, or I fell, or actually the
Oh.
students can say, oh, the teacher
Passed out.
fell and dropped or passed out. whatever.
Or isn't safe. Yeah, great. And then for the lockdown button, is this something in relation to the Alice drills and all that? So what would the lockdown button do? I know now they announce it in the intercom, which is very scary. What's this lockdown button gonna look like? Is it gonna announce it to the entire school, or is it, is it like
It depends on how it's programmable. So the first thing that will happen is it's going to notify, right? Mr. Zavala's department, my department. Will, in that case, notify the Gonzales Police Department as well. The Chiron is now going to read lockdown in red flashing
okay.
letters. And you can program it to have the public address as well. Say something like, I believe it's like, now we're in lockdown. Please report to your classroom.
Okay.
That kind of a thing.
There'll be visual and audio also, so they can actually just, teacher will be able to follow instructions on that panel.
And is this lockdown button, is that only for actual lockdown? It's not for like the drills?
It can be set up for drills, lockdown,
Oh.
or emergency, or any kind of situation.
Okay, thank you.
And my only question was regarding the funding, where we were gonna pay it from, so, see, yeah. TBD.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
So,
For what?
seen as,
Sorry, I know, but I was just, if I don't get it in, does this system also have a camera or that, you can watch into the classroom from the administration office or in
No,
case there's?
there are no cameras
Okay.
involved. In fact, if a teacher if the office is listening, it will make a tone, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's like every 30 to 60 seconds, alerting the teacher that the office is listening, right? For whatever reason,
Okay, thank you.
unless it is the distress button and then it is silent.
thank you very much for the staff report. Can I get a motion to approve a 15.6?
So moved. by Mr.
Second.
Lopez.
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. Item 15.7, approval of an overnight beyond the 100 limit travel request for Gonzales High School students to participate in a college tour in Southern California, June 27th through the 30th, 2022. Staff report,
None.
board comments or questions? Mr. Lopez?
None.
Ms. Cuevas?
Thank you, Ignacio, for exposing our students. Not just Ignacio, I know there's several staff members who expose our students to different colleges, but Ignacio has been putting in a lot of work and he's been with us for several years and he deserves the acknowledgement. So thank you, Ignacio.
Mr. Ayon?
Yeah, it's a great experience for our kids. Thank you.
Ms. Flores?
Ditto, thank you.
Excellent. Can I get a motion to approve 15.7?
So moved.
Second, Araceli?
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes.
I'll explain why.
We're going to go back up to 15.5, approval of employment agreement with interim chief business official.
Because we appreciate so deeply that he's here, we want to take action on this item twice.
Oh,
And,
of course.
and the reason is
Double appreciate you.
out of abundance of caution, not necessarily a requirement, just belt and suspenders type thing. We'd like you to pass, or again, have the motion that references his compensation level of $800 per day.
Okay.
Do we need to read out the agreement or just
Just a motion with that information.
So can I get a motion to approve 15.5 with the stated $800 per day daily rate?
So moved.
Second, Cuevas?
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. Moving on to definitely. Item 15.8, memorandum of understanding between the Gonzales Unified School District, GUSD, and the Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA, regarding 2022 Enhanced Summer School Program, Extended School Year, and After-School Interventions. Staff report.
We'll entertain any questions.
Any board questions or comments? Mr. Lopez?
None. Thank you.
No,
Ms.
thank you.
Cuevas? Mr. Ayon?
No, thanks.
None, thank you.
Seeing as there's no questions or comments, can I get a motion to approve 15.8?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Lopez,
Second, Araceli?
second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. 15.9, approval of the job description for the Assistant Superintendent Business Services. Staff report.
I'll just say that Dr. Siegel, Dr. Galicia, and myself, we collaborated on this. It's largely the same job description you've had with some improved language, but the functions remain the same. The title has changed from associate to assistant.
Thank you. Any board questions or comments, Jose?
Thank you for the work you guys have done for this.
Maria?
I ditto. I ditto. Thank you for the work.
Caesar?
It's late.
Thank you.
I did notice that it got cleaned up a little bit. So I appreciate because it's clean, specific. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the hard work in getting this done. Can I get a motion to approve 15.9?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 16, Governing Board. 16.1, Governance Team Comments. Mr. Lopez?
Again, thank you to all our staff, our interim superintendent for all the work, Monica, for everything you guys are doing, especially for tomorrow, as we begin early tomorrow morning for our, in search of our new superintendent. So wish us all luck as we interview tomorrow, 3 possible candidates. Also, again, our heart goes out to the community in Uvalde, Texas, in regards to, the tragedy that they are going through there. The latest that I hear, there's 18 children that have died and 2 adults. So, we'll just keep them in our prayers and, send them a good thoughts, energy, and just, to remember them, because that's a tragedy that I still can't believe but we're not going to get into politics here, but it's just keep them in your prayers. And also to our families here at home, please, stay safe. And thank you again, everybody, for the work you're doing.
Ms. Cuevas?
Yes, well, prom night on Saturday, and if there's any kids listening, hopefully not that they're in bed because it's already almost 9:30. Stay safe out there. Don't do anything that will put you in danger. Parents, keep in contact with your kiddos. We want them safe and sound for next school year, and for those seniors who are graduating to head out to college or wherever their journey takes them, just to be safe out there, because it's scary. We don't know what's out there. We don't know who's giving what to whom. So just, tragedy in Soledad. So just stay safe out there, guys. We see it all over the news, and we don't want it to happen here in our small town. So stay safe, have fun. I also want to congratulate athletics in Fairview and at the high school. Fairview, amazing job with the girls soccer team, the 6th and 7th soccer team. They brought home a pretty cool trophy. They played 3 games in a row. They were really tired, but they went strong. It was a pretty intense games to watch. And then, we have track and field with, their success. And then we have the softball team who they made the playoffs, and it was the first time ever. So, that's something to celebrate. So congratulations to all our scholar athletes, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for next school year.
Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. Mr. Ayon?
Yeah, I want to echo Jose's comments, Maria's comments. We're here to serve you. We're here, at this time because we want to improve your educational experience as much as we can. And we want to see you move on, succeed, and do all those things that, it's almost the end of the year, prom is coming up, be safe, have fun, do it smart. And, because we want to see you tomorrow, we want to see you the next week, and so on. And we want to see you come back and maybe help us improve, or help whomever's at the board improve our community that we all love. So I want to congratulate the 8th graders that are moving on to high school, and of course the seniors that are moving on from high school. And we I think are just excited about all the possibilities that are out there for you. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
So I want to give kudos to the 8th grade soccer team because they didn't have subs and they played hard. They didn't win, but they didn't have no subs and it was a tournament. So kudos to the 8th graders and everybody in sports. It's not my thing, but hey, sports is a really big deal and it's very important. I do want to touch on something regarding the young person that passed away in Soledad and give my condolences to that family. Fentanyl is within the scope of what I do for my job, and it is a very dangerous and it is a drug that's not given the credit. You touch the stuff, you breathe, you're around it, it can kill you. I hope that we can maybe have PD eventually in the future where we do some drug education. Fentanyl is something that we really need to educate our kids on because it is deadly. So parents, please check your kids' backpack, check their pockets. And when you do, wear gloves because you touch the stuff and it can do so much harm. And just want to say thank you to everybody who puts these presentations together. And that's it.
Thank you. I have a couple of great announcements. So I forgot at the last one, but Caesar and I did attend the boys basketball ceremony that they were recognized at the city. So I got to attend that and that was really nice. So kudos to the boys basketball at Fairview. I was also invited to the Fairview and Gonzales High Wrestling banquet last week, which was so much fun. Having taught here, I got to see a lot of my old kids and I got a lot of hugs. And again, one of those great reasons are why. Our why is always in those walls. And so I love going to those events and seeing the kids and hearing about the GPAs and seeing the kids as they progress academically. And a lot that I taught as 5th graders who have matured so much. It was such a great evening. So thank you. And they had a really great turnout. So thank you for the invitation from both Coach Sandra and Coach Larry for the invitation. It was kind of like the highlight that I needed for that week to refocus on all the craziness. I also got to attend the CT Awards with Marvin. So that was a lot of fun. We got to be there at Bayonet and Black Horse and meet an amazing student of ours and her family. And it was just a great all around to see to have our students exposed to like peers who have the same goals and are just so involved. So it was such a great evening. So I'm glad I got to attend that. And then I wanted to thank all of our parents, teachers, and staff. I was just speaking with a colleague today. This is our first full year in session all day in 2 years. That is quite a feat for our students, our parents, and our staff. We were wondering why is it's already the end of the year and kids are, a lot of kids have checked out because they're not used to going to school all day long for a full year. It's been quite a feat for 2 years. So now this is new for them. So thank you to everybody who has helped the students on site. And also to send well wishes. I have a great team that I sit next to, and tomorrow we have a bigger job. And I'm so glad to be sitting next to each one of these individuals tomorrow, working together. So we're hoping, crossing our fingers, toes, that our next board meeting, we will be able to bring to you an appointment of a new superintendent. But these individuals have given up their weekends, have given up extra hours to look over lots of information. So thank you, every which one of you, because we've all had crises and family events and God knows what else. So thank you for putting in the time and the work. I have seen the dedication from each of these individuals to make sure they are doing what's best by these children. And I know that whoever we choose, it's not going to go by wayside because each of these people that I'm sitting next to takes this job very seriously and takes this next step very seriously. And one last, because it's almost coming to Marvin, we couldn't do this without you. So thank you. All of us have, we all have our great Marvin stories, but this was not an easy period. And you have held our hand and made that much more easier as a board president. As a first-year board president, I can't thank you enough for all the insight and feedback and helping us, thank you. And Monica as well. This has been not easy. She's between CVRA, superintendent search, you name it, Monica knows it, and Monica has done it without anything. So thank you, Monica, for everything that you do for us, because I'd gone crazy by now. Thank you so much. Moving on to 16.2, future agenda items. Jose, any future agenda item requests?
Just to follow up on Araceli's suggestion, maybe, I know that in the past I had suggested that maybe have a vaping session for our community, for our parents and our students in collaboration with the county. I'm not sure if it was, I think Yvette was still our superintendent back then, but I'm not sure if we could follow up on that. And I know the County Office of Education, they have the people that can train our parents and our students. Would they just needed a memorandum of understanding to be signed and maybe schedule that for the future. And also we'll include, other drugs related training for our students and our parents as well. And Spanish as well, if it can be done English and Spanish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marie, any future meeting requests?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Caesar, any requests for future meeting topics?
Scholarship presentation. Like to put a focus on what the process is, and I was telling kids never too early. First day of school when they are freshmen is a pretty good time to start thinking about this. So just to put the focus on it.
Thank you. Araceli, any
Just
requests?
the resource for the PD for the substance abuse. CHOMP has a really good fentanyl, not program, but they're doing a lot of work.
Outreach.
They're doing a lot of work, work that's not really being done right now in our county. So they're a good resource to look at if there's ever gonna be.
And I do not have any requests myself. Moving on to item 16.3, future meeting dates. If you look, we have 2 dates in June, the 14th and the 28th. Okay, I know. Yes, because the 31st was taken off because since we approved the maps, and we do not need to meet regarding that. I know, see how effective and efficient we are, guys?
So it's just the 14 and 18? Or
The
28?
28th. Yeah, 14th and the 28th of June.
Could you add maybe both Fairview and
The 11th is the high schools and the 10th would be Fairviews because it's the day before.
all of us are?
We're in all attendance, yeah. And I believe you all sent your gown requests over.
Can I
as
add
well.
something? The 31st, the county committee will be in this room holding a meeting. I will be present and up to 2 of you can attend. It's up to you. You're not required. And so if you'd like to attend, please let us know.
Yes, email Monica. Sorry, Monica. I'm giving her another room. Yeah. All right, moving on to item 17, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved by Ms. Flores, a second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Meeting adjourned.
Buenas noches.
Oh gosh, I gotta let you. Oh no.